Unmute test, mute.
Crustacean King! Digital screens! Canito Carginos, the name, a tidal wave of fame! He clicks and he clacks through internet stacks. A crowd with a cause, defying all laws. Canito Carginos, streaming tonight, burning so bright, burning so bright. Pokemon X, Yu-Gi-Oh! Attacks, GTA Madness, MRPG Madness. Horny crabs got dolls through digital rumbles. No sleep for the wicked, this crab is addicted. Canito Carginos, Crabman, streaming tonight, burning so bright. Canito Carginos, Crabman, streaming tonight, burning so bright. Burning so bright.
Clip it. Claws clicking on the mouse after midnight. Shell hard, but my heart soft in the neon light. Another stream, another scream, another late night. Got that digital sea legs walking upright. Sipping ain't easy when you're rocking chitin', but the dopamine be pumping hard to quit it. Crustacean clickbait.
Yeah, that's my name. React to the flames, all for the fame. Level up your pay, play the game.
Crustacean clickbait.
Ain't nothing the same.
Pokemon rhyme hacks, yeah, I beat 'em all. From Lavender Town to Victory Road. Standing tall, emulator flow. Dropping dimes in the digital mall. Card game simulator, watch the metaphor. They say I'm down bad, crab with a screen, but I'm building an empire, digital machine. So let the haters hate, let them see them clean. I'll be counting my clam, living the dream.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we're going to begin with some, let's see. We're going to begin with habitual line crosser. All right, this is Devil Robot by Habitual Line Crosser. Let's dive on into it.
The Houthis, in a show of solidarity with the IRGC and their campaign against the West and the Zionists, we will be shutting down the Red Sea again. This includes all traffic in and out.
Well, thank God our firm policy is we don't negotiate with terrorists, so bombings will continue until fucking freedom of navigation is achieved.
Yep.
Well, it's our firm policy now, but previously kind of wasn't. I mean, that was a Bush thing. And then Obama did, and then Trump didn't, and then Biden did, and Trump kind of does. I don't really know.
Well, to be fair, the last president probably thought he was like ordering food at like Whataburger or something. He had no idea. Look, we had 4 years a weekend at fucking Bernie's. At what point
we
is
really
it
did.
senior citizen like punishment, evil, torture? God, there's a word I'm thinking of, and it's just not coming to me.
Yeah, also, not my dumpster, not my fire. I'm dealing with Iran right now and the Strait of Hormuz. So, Saudi, you can kind of do whatever you want to the Houthis. I'm done, and I'm just not going to pay attention to what you do to them.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. It's like in prison when, they got a really scummy criminal, and they just decide to, like, lock him in a room with some other convicts who don't like him much, and just kind of, like, go on break for 15 minutes.
Oh, really? Oh, that's so good. Western rules of war are so just hindering. It's like going into war with a handicap. It's why
Really
would you
is.
do that? It's so. Anyways, okay. So I will withdraw my forces from Western Yemen, and we'll start building up for a naval and ground potential invasion.
Oh, shit.
America, you're not really going to allow them to do that, right?
Why the fuck not? No, really, tell me, why not? You guys keep fucking around. I think it's about time you find the fuck out.
I've been tugging on their leash for the better part of a decade, and you guys just keep fucking around. They've eliminated
Didn't I just say that?
1.5 million of your people. The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia refuses to let any Houthi munition land in his country. Even if it's going to land out in the desert, they still shoot at it anyways because they hate you so much.
They won't even let you hit their empty desert because they're like, nah, you're not getting any fucking any W's here.
So I just kind of removed my, apprehension and just said, do what you need to do. Best of luck, fellas.
Do it that way.
Weaponizing brown on brown crime. It's low even for you, but it should yield results.
Oh, it'll definitely yield results. Those motherfuckers have been killing each other ever since their fucking dumbass death cult came into being. It's about time we just let them fucking do it.
Yemen is a dumpster fire, okay? They're one of the poorest nations in the Middle East. They have 5 different warlord factions, all vying for control. Only one of them actually likes me, but arguably the Houthis are the absolute worst of it, so. Kobe. I guess.
Kobe? Look, man, I don't think crashing helicopters into Houthis is really going to change things, but I guess that's their tactic.
We have incoming from Iran. I will not stop until every American is pushed out of the Middle East.
We are rearming and preparing for a bombing campaign the likes the world has not seen since World War II.
Oh, shit. Iran! In 50 years, you cannot make an anime. That is ours. Maybe it's time to possibly make peace with the West.
In 50 years, you cannot make anime that is ours. I wonder what Iranian anime would look like.
Okay, I'll pause the bombing plan.
Oh, come the fuck on. Are we doing this again? They start shit, we fuck them up, they threaten to start more shit, and suddenly we go back to the negotiating table. God damn it.
Yeah, what the fuck, man? I'm getting whiplash over here. I haven't gotten hard and then soft so fast since that fucking ladyboy in Thailand.
The world doesn't want to hear about your escapades, Buff. So
Actually, we kind of do.
Nah, graphic is what I do with Rush's mom.
Yes.
I wasn't even part of this episode yet. I'm dealing with a terror attack and other terror attacks, and basically just terrorists attacking me from all directions because I try to free the former Soviet Union from the control of the Nazis in the West through my special military operation and Russian superiority. Russia, we natives down here have a saying, especially when it comes to places like you. Inside of you there are two wolves.
Both are retarded.
Unfortunately, both of yours are gay and retarded.
New Mexico from the top rope. It's a
I love that thing. Inside of me are two wolves. Both of them are retarded.
like old Mexico, except you can drink the water.
Aside from all of Ukraine's attacks on my infrastructure and logistics and civilians, reminder, they're attacking civilians.
Turnabout's fair play, shitstain.
I am going to oppress the living shit out of your people after my special military operation. Anyways, and now there was a suicide bomber in Moscow at an Italian restaurant. Luckily, a brave hero who was the security guard stopped her at the door, and security guard lost his life, she lost her life, and one more patron. Unsure now who was target.
Shot in the dark, but was the guy in charge of your country who looks like a fucking hobbit mixed with a thumb possibly eating there? He might have an issue, with some of the people, like 1 million dead, hemorrhaging, inflation, like all sorts of bad shit. I mean, hell, it's not unheard of. We had retards try and kill.
Yeah, buddy. Your country's pretty much in shambles. And like he said, we have retards trying to kill our guy in power, and he's not even doing nearly as bad a job as your guy's doing. So, yeah, it kind of makes a lot of sense, actually.
Our guy in charge, and all he did was deport illegals and secure the border.
Speaking of secure the border,
Oh yeah, this. Oh, my people in Spain, what have you done?
in Italia will no longer be allowing individuals from España to travel freely without having proper documentation. The far right takes control of Italy and suddenly they are racist. I don't know if you realize this, UK, but not wanting unvetted people pouring over your border into your country doing God knows what isn't racism. It's just
common fucking sense. It's pretty basic shit. Like, you lock your door at night. Look, I lock my fucking car, right? I lock my door, I lock my car. Yeah, because I don't want no one fucking going into my shit and fucking with my shit.
pretty standard security practice. I tell you what, put your money where your mouth is. Buckingham Palace is huge, and the king and his family live there. Tons of rooms. When are you going to start moving Middle Eastern males into there? The palace is reserved for members of Parliament and members of the monarchy, and we don't have the spare room, nor do...
Yes, you do. Shut the fuck up. Yes, you do. Shut the fuck up.
There's security concerns along with that.
Ah, so protect the royalty while the peasants get stabbed by third worlders. Man, you really
Pretty much.
haven't changed in 1,000 years. That's
Nope, not at all. Some things never fucking change.
fucking wild.
Like you have much room to talk about security. You just had a mass shooting in In-N-Out. And who was the
And who fucking stopped it?
first person throwing lead back at the shooter?
Exactly.
Probably the police.
Wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
Wrong again, Rumple Foreskin. It was...
Ah!
Do what now? Buff, I love you to death. We align on a lot of things, the raise hail, the praise hail, all that stuff, but I'm a pretty far stretch from Idaho.
No, I don't mean the place. I mean like Woody Harrelson's character from Zombieland. Dude jumped out wearing fucking jean shorts, a vest, and had a suppressed pistol of some kind, and he was wearing either a boonie cap or a cowboy.
I heard it was an FN-57. If so, that is the most based fucking thing ever. Because as much as I love my big caliber pistols, and I love my 45 ACPs, my 50 AEs, my 500 Smith & Wesson Magnums, there's something special to be said for holding 30 rounds of really straight shooting fucking ammo in a handgun. Oh shit, it was an FN57. Dope. Yeah. Well, it's got its uses. It's not a all-purpose gun, but it's a pretty cool piece. I like it.
And started throwing lead back at that little Chuck. Fuck. Where's your heart?
Yeah, can't seem to find the guy's name at this point in time. However, number one, concealed carrying a weapon that has a can on the front of it is wild in general, right?
Yeah, especially in shorts, cause like if you're gonna fucking appendix carry that and you got a can on the end, you might have something poking out the bottom of your shorts.
It's very rare. It's not a bad thing, right? As long as you train with it, it's not a bad thing. But carrying it is very like impractical. It pokes everything. It's large. Anyways. But yeah, apparently he was shot in the chest too and continued to return fire. Dude,
oh, that's fucking based.
Straight up pulled up like the what is that, the good stranger in Fallout, the dude who just randomly shows up and starts murking people for you. Basically that, and Lord knows how many lives he saved.
Hell
I
yeah.
understand the logic there, that a good guy with a gun stopped a bad guy with the gun, which makes sense. However, it was still a white man with a gun. I will never understand the world's need in any tragedy to try and find a reason to place something on race. But since you want to cherry...
Yeah. Hey, guess what? Shitty people come in every fucking shade and color. There are shitty people of every goddamn race. Yeah, that does tend to happen when mass shooters wind up getting lead slung back at them. It breaks their fantasy of just kind of, you got to remember, the people who are doing this aren't people who are like the most honorable of people, right? They don't want a fair competition. They don't want to fight someone who's equally as armed and equally as capable of fighting back. They want to shoot fish in a barrel. And the moment that becomes not the case and fuckers start firing back, a lot of them lose their nerve because remember, they're in reality fucking cowards. They're going to shoot people. They're going to an area. They're trying to shoot people who are unarmed because they're cowards, because they can't, engage in a gunfight on a fucking even playing field. So they want to go and find they want to go and essentially pick the most lopsided fight. They're bullies. They're essentially bullies.
There's a guy that's serving 3 consecutive life sentences now for shooting in Young Park, Hispanic dude. Not to mention the continued, black on black crime or black on white crime or police crime or anything else that's going on in the world. But no. Let's focus on this guy's skin color. Frankly, I think we should refer to all mass shooters or alleged mass shooters by a slur. They shouldn't get a name. They should get a slur.
Yes, and it should be a really nasty one too.
Make it less notorious.
What are you thinking? Bleach bandit? Mayo monkey?
Bleach bandit.
Albino smurf. Then there's, classics like Cracker and Honky.
Pick whatever you want. Dude's a piece of shit. Don't care.
Exactly.
Also, don't get mad if I start doing this with other mass shooters who are of other ethnicities, other religions, other sexual orientations. All's fair.
Yeah, all's fair. Look, the moment you whip out a gun and start taking pot shots at unarmed people, honestly, you're fair game. We should be able to call you whatever the fuck we want. We should be able to drop whatever fucking bomb on you. Because at that moment, you've kind of turned in your entire fucking membership card to the human race. Like, you're no longer human in my book. You're garbage. You're scum. You're pond scum.
We have completed a 20-step plan in order to make Hamas completely disarm, and they will turn the country over to somebody else.
Really? I'm genuinely curious what would convince them to turn over their guns and just quit fighting. This is rare. This is
Yeah.
like I hope you guys understand. Like Islamic extremists don't do that. They fight to the bitter end because they care about power more than they care about their own lives. This is
Yes.
there's a catch somewhere. I haven't found it yet, but this doesn't vibe with me. Now you're understanding, America. Hamas is always up to something. I don't trust it, and we have problems. Listen, Israel. I've worked with you for a long time, long time ass whooper, first time diplomat here. And the problem that I run into is you're not very well liked or trusted on the global stage right now, so we're trying to find this kind of on our end and internally, because, look, I'm going to be real with you. You could be fighting for your own freedom, but you just ain't trustable. Psst. Hey, boss. The leader of the resistance in Iran against the IRGC says that the revolution could start any day now, which might be why Iran actually wants to talk this time. But I do love me some civil unrest.
Oh yeah. And you know what? I think it's time the Iranian people stand up and take back their fucking country from the IRGC.
Keep an eye on it. Maybe
Yeah.
we'll send them a care package. That's never backfired on us before. Fuck yes! Love some civil unrest. Russia, I must thank you. You showed us that we have too much delay in our reaction to Russian aggression. We can detect your incoming missiles very, very quickly, but being able to respond to them, that takes too long. So now, we are adjusting things. This is the problem, and this I can actually speak to, in every joint kill chain exercise I have ever participated in. Usually, I can identify whatever's coming at me very, very quickly, but by the time word gets up to the right authority to tell me to engage it and comes all the way back down to me, it impacted me like 4 or 5 minutes ago. So that's a very real problem. The way that the U.S. combats this is based on what you're shooting, how far you're shooting. There's a whole bunch of different rules, dictates what level of command can initiate that order. So for us, actually, never mind. I can't go into that. I'm going to just say that it's based on distance, range, and or target set and or threat to personnel.
You almost had a fucking slip up there, man.
Yep.
That'd have been a fun exclusive for Pepperbox. HLC goes to prison.
Yeah, like I can explain
I mean, not funny, but you know.
what the joint kill chain is, but explaining who has what engagement authority at what level, yeah, that might end up in a nice orange jumpsuit.
Yeah, then we could start a poll to see how long it would take for you to grow callus on your butthole.
Whoa, that ain't good, all right, we gotta get out of this. Neutral controls, fucking throttle up, let's see if we can get out of this. Oh, it's not looking good. Ground is coming up quick, gravity, fucking.
If you can't recover, you know what to do. Protocol
Damn.
3, fucker!
Yes, Buff, I'm fully aware of what Protocol 3 is. Protect the pilot. Ejecting. I'll see you boys on the other side. Do a cannonball, queer. Love you too, buddy. Oh wait, that happened in Cali. Gotta look this way. All right, scoop up
Of course it happened in Cali. Hey,
that pilot. Figure out what the hell happened. Your F-35s are dropping like flies. Okay, see, now you pissed me off. So I produce 120 of those a year. Okay, and I haven't had to scale up. You know why? Because you suck at shooting them the fuck down. You haven't hit ones on the runway. No matter how much you lie, they continue to body your shit, fly with freedom of navigation and freedom of maneuver over your country, and there is dick you have
do
done
about
about
it.
it. So until you actually start shooting them down, how about you have
Shut
a nice
up.
tall glass of shut the fuck up and go make love to your goat bride?
oh damn!
We're
Oh damn!
no fucking back.
Oh, hey, in some of the We Just Be Building shit, there's a startup that made a Centaur robot that is going to be used to, like, get people out of dangerous areas after earthquakes and floods and fires and stuff.
You know, I'm for this, but I would love that. I would love the fucking F-22s to see some action. I forgot. I think it was a couple of days ago. I was sitting in my car listening to the radio, and I heard that they're building robots to replace security guards, and I immediately thought that I need to text my girlfriend and be like, "Oh shit, are we fucked now?"
Like that, and that, I mean, it's really a cool design. I mean, it can even be outfitted with a chainsaw. Check it out.
Please be calm.
Yo, that's so awesome! Can I get like 4?
I'm here to save you.
Oh my god! Franklin, I told you it wasn't a dream. I told you it was fucking real. Get me a gun. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good fucking point.
Yo, that thing looks crazy. I
Bring
love
on,
it.
devil robot.
Fear not, I mean you no harm.
Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you? You want me to invite you into the hangar. Or is that vampires? I'm not really sure. Anyways,
It is vampires.
and then you're eating my eyeballs
May I come in?
and sodomizing my little furry friend. Yeah, on second thought, we probably shouldn't have had the horns or the chainsaw. That seems like a really unnecessary addition.
You fucking think?
Yeah.
More Big Hero 6 and less fucking Cyber Satan.
I have no religious affiliation.
Because you are your religion, you satanic devil robot. Where's it at? Where's my crucifix? The power of Christ compels you. The power of Lockheed Martin and Christ compels you.
All right. Okay, we are at 50. Fuck. What was I? No. I don't think I need to get my snacks just yet. Oh, let me check that out. I'll bring up the BRB screen. Screensaver settings. BRB activate. We are actually having an ad break on Twitch right now, so perfect timing, actually. Oop. Yo, how much for one of these? Like, I want one of these guarding my house. Could you imagine you go to break into some motherfucker's house and that shit just meets you at the door? Oh my god, that is actually fucking terrifying. This one, especially in the doorway, is just like terrifying. All right. Hey, keyboard, why are you not working? Can you fix yourself there, partner? There we go. Where is it? All right. I I made this little edit um cuz I was watching Ember's reaction and me and her had a very similar thought. Oh, wait. Damn you.
I run in 2028, I will solve America's homeless problem.
Buff, we can't bomb
I'm
Los
listening.
Angeles.
Why not?
America's homeless problem.
Buff, we can't bomb Los Angeles.
We're not.
We can. It's
I run in 20.
We both said the same fucking thing. We can't bomb Los Angeles. Why not? It's just Los Angeles, man. It's not that big a deal. Just gone. No more LA. All right. Let's see what the next thing we're gonna watch is. We'll do these two because we can do them in order. Actually,
This Russian military training clip has been.
Okay, yeah, we'll do those two, and then we're gonna bounce around the playlist tonight. All right. We got us a new angry meme review. Russian weapons fail and artillery. Meme review by Angry Cops. Another angry meme review. Let's dive on in.
This Russian military training clip has been making its way around.
You know what that reminds me of? This is an old episode of The Simpsons. When Bart and Lisa went to, like, I think it was military school, or they went to some form of, like, military training, and Lisa was given the machine gun, and the machine gun was automatically firing and just, like, literally throwing her up into the air. And she was like, "Help! It's on auto fire!" As she's being, like, lifted up into the air by the recoil force of this machine gun. Oh, I didn't? Alright, I'll check. If I don't check that out tonight, I'll do it on Friday. Because I don't think I'm streaming these next 2 days. There's a chance, but I've got some shit I gotta do, so more than likely I will not be streaming. I'm gonna actually try to edit some stuff and get it out for YouTube, so I can actually, like, focus on my shit I gotta do tomorrow. However, Thursday is a maybe. We'll see. Depending on how much bullshit I can get out of the way tomorrow, Thursday is kind of up in the air, but we'll see. But we have tonight, so there's a chance I can do it tonight. Although I do have some stuff I have on the roster. Not so much that's time sensitive, but, like, some stuff that I kind of want to, like, consume while it's fresh.
Angry Meme Review. Welcome
Is that a canister of CS gas?
to another episode of Angry Meme Review, where I'm your host, AC, and I break down your fantastic, diabolical, oftentimes insensitive to race, sex, color, creed, insert anything there, and fantastic memes that you send me by tagging them in hashtag Angry Meme Review on Reddit, Twitter, Facebook.
By the way, do me a favor, resend the one I never reacted to in Discord. Resend it so that I can I'll throw it onto the playlist on my next break, because maybe after this video or the next one, I'm gonna make a run to my car to grab some snacks. Oh, nice. Oh, thanks.
Book, Instagram, HEB coupon books, and the bathroom stalls of your local come and go.
Ugh. Yeah, that's definitely a come and go.
Gas station. Now, in every Angry Meme Review, I have your homework.
And I don't think I've ever rubbed one out in the bathroom that gnarly. But I've rubbed one out in some pretty low-scale bathrooms.
Right here, a young man, unfortunately getting maced with life, I guess you could say. But before we get into the memes and our fantastic homework right there, first, a word from this video's sponsor. PDS debt, credit cards, mortgages, medical bills. Do you think that paying the minimum on those things is good credit? Guess again. And the evidence points to PDS debt. Stop stretching out your debt for years and letting interest compound. PDS debt has already helped hundreds of thousands of people reduce what they already owe and take back control of their personal finances. And they craft a personalized plan designated just for you. And is your credit crap? Don't worry about your credit score, because there's no minimum score required. Save money, pay off your debt faster, and put the money where it belongs, back in your pocket. With an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, thousands of 5-star reviews on Google, and a 5-star rating on Trustpilot. So don't let your debt compound another month. Break 3 in 30 seconds and get your free personalized assessment and the best option for you at pdsdebt.com/angry. That's pdsdebt.com/angry. pdsdebt.com/angry. I want to meme. And you guys didn't disappoint. I think I have like 40 memes, all of which are going to be posted uncensored on Pepperbox if you want to join us over there for additional memes and fun. And as always, before we get into our homework, first we deal with the randomness. End the Iran war in just 3 easy steps. 1. Make a shit ton of looty SMGs. Link Brendan Herrera's How to Make a Looty video right here. 2. Airdrop the looties with the bounty list into Iran via B2. 3. Blast Iranian airwaves with the best Vietnam-era songs and let the fun begin.
I like this plan. Some
people
yeah! That just became like the unofficial theme song for the Vietnam War.
That's how I imagine it going. This Russian military training clip has been making its way around. You know, machine guns should be fired from a firmly planted position. Someone didn't tell this guy. You know what? I think music would do better here. On shooting call, but chow is continuous. Yes, that's right. I was recorded by a young man in the community while I was doing jump out boy shenanigans, and yeah, we went to a gun call, and the area was secured, so I was eating snacks. And yes, chow is continuous. Don't hate. Anyway, the internet got a hold of it, and now there's memes about it. I think there's a couple other about it, only like 2 or 3. This one. Cool guys, don't watch explosions. It's true. It's true. And by the way, everybody that's upset that I wasn't wearing a vest, I had a vest. It was just in the car. We already jumped out and got the guy from the 911 gun call. We happened to be right around the corner. Now we're looking for the gun. We're in search mode. Sometimes search mode Detective High gets a little hungry. Have you guys heard about the Buffalo Schools superintendent sexually harassing and assaulting a staff member? I know, I did a whole video of it right here. It's something you should check out. Anywho, his name is Dr. Mubanga. This is what he looks like. People thought they'd meme
Robanga.
that, and I can't blame him. Superintendent Mubanga to his female board members.
Why are you running? No! Oh my god, it's actually perfect.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Oh my god, it's perfect. Oh, 10 out of 10. That's a 10 out of 10 meme right there.
If you haven't seen the video yet, he tried to kiss a staff member and then pulled out a big box of condoms and was like, huh? You what? Huh? People, these Canadian wildfire...
English, motherfuckers. Do you speak it? Or at least in this case, type it.
The Canadian wildfires? Who wrote this? People, the Canadian wildfire smoke is so bad for my health. GWAT Pact Act vets. First time? More lieutenants need to work at Hooters. Have you guys seen this guy, the airman that was like saying a bunch of dumb stuff? Like protesting in uniform, like an airman officer? It's like, what do you...
I'm pretty sure you're not legally allowed to do that. I could be mistaken, but I have a feeling you're not supposed to do political stuff while wearing the uniform of the United States military, because the military, as much as it can, is supposed to be an apolitical entity, and, you know, it could be a bad look if you're wearing your uniform and then, you know, protesting for something that may be very unpopular or controversial. Now, again, I'm not entirely sure, but I feel like that might not be something that, even if it's not necessarily against the rules, I'm fairly certain it's frowned upon.
We're not supposed to do that.
Oh, okay, yeah. I guess you're not supposed to do that.
Doesn't matter which side of the political aisle you're on, you don't do that. You got arrested. He's a big dumb dingus. Don't do that. Don't be the airman that protests in uniform. Don't be that guy. Alright? Just because you have a point of view in your uniform doesn't mean it's everybody's. Off. Have you seen that Sarah Cunningham meme? Private ND's at the range. Drill sergeant.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. You done fucked up and now they're coming for you.
Commander. Alright guys, I need 2 volunteers.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. See, the way this goes is the commander comes and says, I need 2 volunteers Nobody volunteers, so now all of us are on that fucking detail.
Troop. For what? I need one
Oh no, that's the worst thing you could do. The best thing you could possibly do in this scenario is shut up and try to become a background character. And hope you don't get picked.
volunteer. Fat bitches when they see you talking to their friend at the bar. Oh, run defense, huh? Box them out. Box them out. U.S. Navy releases new training game for corpsmen. Can you put the Motrin in everywhere? Well, the lieutenant knows you're the one who changed his voicemail greeting to "It's raining men." Army, on what position did you call artillery?
Ours.
Marines. Look up.
Oh god! Oh, this is so good. On what position did you call artillery? Look up. I love it. Oh God, I love it.
Those aren't loom rounds. Marco Rubio spoke to Mitch McConnell just this morning. Well, Mitch is still here. Lindsay,
Sort of.
on the other hand, did you hear about that guy that got like flipped upside down by a buffalo in like a Yosemite State Park or something like that?
And then the bison runs into that.
I mean, yeah, they're very large, very powerful animals that will certainly fuck your shit up.
Man with brutal force, throwing his feet into the air.
Yo, he caught air too. That dude went like almost 10 feet in the air. God damn.
AC and the fat electrician. Someone else making fun of HLC. You don't get to do it. He's my friend. You don't get to do it. Ethan, let down your balls. Me after 12 weeks of stealing the trans kids' testosterone vials. Lightweight, baby.
Oh my God. Bro, what the fuck did you do? You look like Tagore from Yu Yu Hakusho.
How I look at an intruder after he realizes the anti-gun signs outside my house were lies.
I love it. Oh no.
You're just following orders, Thomas repeated to himself.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that is fucking bleak.
Why does that background look so familiar?
Because work will set you free.
Where is Thomas? I know where Thomas is. Oh God, Thomas is a war criminal. What I see, the beautiful mall with Dave and Buster's, the Cheesecake Factory, so many more. What hood rats see? Welcome to Thunder.
Yep. Unfortunately. Oh God. Oh God, hood rats. I saw it was like just a small clip of like a whole fucking pack of hood rats riding their bicycles indoors in a fucking mall. Just, oh God, where's a whole bunch of people with broomsticks when you need them to just shove them in the spokes of those things?
Dome. 2 men enter. 1 man leave. 2 men enter. 1 man leave. When I've been posting a few too many memes about our greatest ally, and my Israeli phone 17 finally does its magic trick.
Oh God.
Oh man, this one guy. You know what? That's my favorite meme of this angry meme review. Tell them what they want, AC. They won the Angry Cops tumbler. With fantastic see-through lid and enough room to fill up half of a pint of bourbon, you can finally stomach those Christmas recitals, soccer practices, or parent-teacher conferences. You can't buy it anywhere else. It's only for you. Angry Meme Review winners. That's right, this one guy 1993. I feel like you might have won one before, but that's all right. You'll get something new if this is your second turnaround. Hit me up in the DMs for your fantastic Angry Cops tumbler that you can only get from winning my favorite meme on Angry Meme Review. Now that's all we have for your random shenanigans. Pow! Now it's time for your meme homework. And this has got to be fun.
Yo, that is so fucked. Dude is taking it right. Like, it sucks even if it gets on, like, your forehead because it's aerosolized. But homie is taking it just right to the fucking eye. Like, bro. Bro, you know that sucks. Like, I once accidentally used my regular ass civilian pepper spray a little too close to myself and was like, oh fuck, this shit is bad. I can only imagine what like OC spray to the eye is like. That's gotta suck some real ass.
Like I said, there were a lot. I think I've got 40 of them. And if you don't see all of them here, I can guarantee that they're all on Pepperbox, uncensored, because that's the way we do things here. I'll share the link below. Canadian wildfires. The United States. It's true. Like,
yeah. Yeah, it is. There were a couple of days where it smelled like barbecue.
3 days in the middle of summer. Could have been absolutely gorgeous. Choking on Canadian smoke. Canadian smoke sounds like a slang term for marijuana. That one goddamn spoon when you're doing dishes.
Yeah, we've all been there. We've all been there. Where the spoon just deflects the stream of water from the sink right into your eyeball.
Phenomenal. The BLM narrative. Body cam footage.
I like this one. I really like this one.
Wah, wah, wah.
Yeah. Yeah. Body cams absolutely fucking wrecked their whole ass narrative. And, you know, if anything, I will say this. The prevalence of body cameras has changed my opinion on police. I used to think police often went too far. Now I'm convinced police don't go far enough to... There are often times where police don't go far enough. And I get it. If it was on another VTuber's video where I was like, why don't they just, you know, like, just fucking knock these fuckheads around? And someone was like, they're doing everything they can to avoid having to do more paperwork. And I totally fucking get that. As a security guard, like, look, if I can fucking settle a situation as quickly and as least annoyingly as possible, I absolutely want to do that. But there are just some people who honestly just kind of need to get fucking knocked around a bit. You know, I'm of a firm opinion that some people were spanked too much as children and some people were not spanked enough. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Oh no. Were cops not always the bad guy every time that something happened to somebody? Is it the other way around, like 99.9% of the time now that we've got body cam?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, at least those heads of BLM got those really nice multi-million-dollar houses.
By large mansions?
Right? Me just sat down. My wife. Babe, can you... you? Oh. It happens to me like 3 times a day. It's like she waits for me to sit down. My wife will look at me, walk from the kitchen into the living room, go around the couch, sit down, and then go, I'm about to go upstairs. Could you give me a water? I have a boyfriend. My God. That might be the realest angry meme review homework I have ever seen.
Yeah.
I have a boyfriend. Oh. No matter what. Hey, I think you dropped your key. I have a boyfriend. Just dusted him. Ma'am, your car is not in park. It's rolling backward. I have a boyfriend. Oh.
Well, then he's going, I hope he can drive you to work, because your car is rolling down a hill, you dumb bitch.
The illegal who cut me off in the Wawa parking lot. Me, texting a picture of his license plate to the ICE.
I love it.
Reporting line. Learn how to drive, Jose.
Yes.
Major. Lieutenant. Piss off, Lieutenant.
How it feels to chew 5 gum.
Me using lethal force to defend myself from a home intruder. I live in an anti-Second Amendment state. A racially charged meme I shared with my buddy 1 year ago. The prosecutor.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Well, on a positive note, I guess you could say, was it the federal government or somebody said, like, you can't use rap lyrics to arrest somebody? It doesn't count as a confession.
I mean, yeah, because if that was the truth, like, pretty much every rapper would be in fucking handcuffs. Like,
memes are art, right? Like, oh. The whale who called Brandon a neo-Nazi. The unsub community. Weaponized autism. Me
cooked.
thinking I have 2 days off. Subpoena. Oh, God. People don't know that. You know, if you're a cop and you're like, or people that don't know anything about police officers, you're like, oh, yeah, you got all these days off. Like, listen, if I get called into court with a subpoena, if the assistant district attorney calls me in and says, hey, I need you to come in for this court thing, like, I gotta go. I don't just get to not go. I gotta go in on my day off. Yeah, I get paid for it, but it's like forced overtime.
But then you don't get your day off, and like I totally get it. No, you don't get your day off, and that fucking blows.
Almost. But you don't get paid overtime. But it depends on which department. Maybe you do get paid overtime. I don't. Gear I bought from a reliable internet source. My body dysmorphia. American freedom. European tourist. Booby milk. New dance. Corporate needs you to find the difference between this picture and this picture. They're the same picture. They are, aren't they? It's the military version of that. You're welcome. AC Jr. Preparing for the 4th of July weekend. The wasps in my grill. Just
oh dear.
Sucking out a whole can of Raid. God. Life. Me. When you
relatable.
Ask your 8-year-old to pass the WD-40. That kid's job forever is now holding the flashlight. Scott. Hot loaded 50 BMG slap round. The Serbu blowing up. I will never, ever stop blaming the Serbu. I will never stop it. I know Scott likes that rifle. Just the back, you'd like, hey, put a bullet in and then screw a bottle cap on the back end of the rifle. That's 50 BMG. And then, you know, everything will be fine. That thing was doomed to fail. Slap round or not. Female cop yelling taser. Suspect. The sound of a Glock.
Taser. Pop, pop, pop.
Me after a hard breakup thinking I'll make better choices next time.
Nope.
You know what that is. Soldiers waiting for Libo. First sergeant. Let me piggyback off what the CO said. Me asking for McDonald's. Mom.
We have McDonald's at home.
We have McDonald's at home. Oh. No, we don't. No, we don't. It's like saying I want Taco Bell or Loco Taco or any other fantastic taco chain, and you saying we've got tacos at home. No, they're white people tacos, Mom. You're giving me white people tacos. I want McDonald's. Me, have a great week. Army senses disturbance in the force. Army. Me. Insert random here.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. The insert random is the fun part of the meme that you're actually supposed to insert. Right? You insert the thing. You insert it. What is the random army? You know, like 06 gear turnout? Is it 0430 wake up for a 12-mile ruck march on Saturday? You put what you think is you goof nugget. You like half-assed. You half-assed the meme. You half made a meme and then expected us to finish the work. How dare you? How dare you, sir? The drunk wanting to square up during a DUI stop. The salty patrolman that should have retired 5 years, 2 wives, and 3 nurses ago.
Oh, damn.
I mean, I don't have 2 wives or 3 nurses, but I tell you what, I would still shake up that pepper spray and let them have it, just a little taste before I go hands-on. You know? Nobody said he had to fight fair.
Nope.
Like you're under arrest. A man trying to defend his girlfriend. His girlfriend defending him from the attacker. That relationship's gonna end soon. My love for the Army. The Army. Leadership. Me, an innocent middle schooler. 2 girls, 1 cup, BME Pain Olympics, Blue Waffle, Lemon Party, Jar Man, Live Leak. Yep. Oh yeah. Now that's all we have for this month's Angry Meme Review, but don't worry, the shenanigans don't end here. No, because Cacao, you've got homework. That's right. We got this month's
It's a very unfortunate angle.
Angry Meme Review homework. What's his little pistol doing there? And just in case you're afraid, and you don't really know how to get things started, allow me to help you out. How about when you're watching Cops and hear a strange noise downstairs in the middle of the night? Boy, I know I'm ready. And do you hear that? My son's crying, so I've got to go. Time now. Best way to support the channel is to get yourself a shirt. Me and Joe, my buddy Joe, have started a fantastic podcast called the Overserved Podcast. There's shirts. Check them out. They're right there. There's Angry Cop shirts. Look, there's going to be cool ones. Death Before Dismount. It's awesome. All right. Cheapest way to support the channel is leave a comment. Oh, he's crying. What else? What else? Do the meme homework. Okay, tag me. See you next time, weirdos. Bye. Welcome to another episode of the Angry and the bathroom stalls of your local come and go gas station. So, who's LARPing?
Alright, we are going to I'm gonna do a couple of things real quick like. Alright, I got the oh shit, my brain is fucked right now. I got the video added to the playlist. Alright. So let's check. I'm gonna check this one out first because it's only like 14 minutes, and then we are gonna do well, then I'm probably gonna have to run to the bathroom. But we can do this one first. And then when I'm going to the bathroom, I'll do all that other stuff that I gotta do when I'm away from my rig. So let's dive into this video real quick so we can do what we gotta do. Idaho In-N-Out mass shooter faced a good guy with a gun by Colion Noir. Let's dive on in.
So, who's LARPing now? Let's hear it. Because for years, the joke has been on the guy at the range running drills on his day off, and Saturday afternoon in Idaho, that joke walked into a burger parking lot and shot back at a mass shooter.
A gunman opens fire inside a crowded In-N-Out burger in Idaho, killing multiple people and wounding others.
And tonight, police confirmed that suspected gunman is also dead.
3 dead, 7 hurt, some of them critical, at a brand new In-N-Out on Blue Lake Boulevard that had been open less than 2 weeks. And an In-N-Out on a Saturday afternoon is about as soft as a target gets in this country, because nobody's running a threat assessment while they're deciding between animal style and a regular double-double. control. You've got families, you've got kids in the back seat, you've got teenagers working the register in those red aprons, and everybody in that lot is in the most relaxed mental state a human being can be in, short of being asleep. That's what this guy walked into.
Nice, good shit.
And then he saw this man in the In-N-Out drive-thru with a handgun start firing at the shooter. He took this video as he drove away from the stoplight, and the two exchanged gunfire. Cohen says this man was shooting from a distance, but he might have saved lives because he distracted the shooter enough to get him to stop firing into traffic.
Taking a handgun to a rifle fight is not a decision. It is a personality trait. A rifle beats a pistol at basically every distance that matters. More rounds, more velocity, more accuracy, more reach, and everybody who's ever spent a weekend at a carbine class knows it. So this man is standing in a drive-through lane with a pistol at distance against a rifle, and he decides that's the play. Big props to him.
That takes balls. That dude's got titanium tungsten balls.
Serious cojones. And here's what matters, because if that shooter is turning around to deal with him, then that shooter is not putting rounds into a parking lot full of people. And every second of attention he burns on the guy shooting back at him is a second some kid gets to make it to a car. That's the entire point of any of this. Not a body count, not a highlight reel, just seconds. Now, we still don't have much officially. Police haven't confirmed whether he was a civilian or an off-duty cop or something else. They haven't confirmed whether he hit the suspect. They haven't confirmed whether officers fired, and they still haven't officially explained how the shooter died. Now, online, he's been identified as Jordan Salinas, a Twin Falls local, and that's coming from witnesses and social media, not from a police department. So let's hold that loosely until somebody actually confirms
Grain of salt,
all right,
people.
gun nerd time, because there's something on that audio. Listen to those shots, and to my ear, that's a suppressed handgun. My eyes tell me it's a suppressed handgun, but you add the audio, tells me it's a suppressed handgun. You see, suppressed pistols have a very distinct signature. Still plenty loud, just a completely different report. I could be wrong. That's my read off the audio and honestly visually, and nothing more. But it left me with a question I couldn't shake, which was whether that can was already on his gun when he walked out of the house that morning, or whether he screwed it on in the middle of an active shooter event and then went to go deal with the guy, because those are two very different men. And then somebody dug up a post from 2024. And it reads, train like your life depends on it, because God forbid one day it might.
100%, 100%.
2 years ago, same setup, same stance, suppressed pistol on a range on some random afternoon, posting about it like a normal gun guy who takes it seriously. So say it again for me. Who's LARPing now? Because that's the word. That's the whole bit. You go to the range, you run drills, you work, you draw, you push your distance out past 7 yards. You put a red dot on your carry gun. You spend money on training instead of a vacation. And there's a whole crowd of people, and a lot of them inside of our own community, lined up to tell you you're playing dress up, cosplaying operator, tactical, LARPing. That word has always kind of been dumb to me, and I'll tell you why it actually bothers me. Because it's disrespectful to the military, honestly. When a soldier trains with a rifle, especially a top tier one, that is a sliver of what that job is. They're navigating terrain, they're running comms, they're maintaining and fixing equipment, they're scouting, they're reading and processing.
Quite true.
Information. They're executing a mission with 50 moving parts, and the shooting is one tool in an enormous kit. And depending on the unit, it might not even be the most important one. Ask any military guy you know. The gun part kind of barely registers for them because there's so much else he has to be an expert at. So when you take a civilian who owns a firearm and wants to be competent with it, and you file that under military cosplay, you've managed to insult everybody in the transaction at the same time. And I'm not telling you to train like you're going through selections. You're not a special operator, and neither am I, unless you actually are. And then in that case, carry on. But we live in a country with more guns than we have people, and we have the constitutional right to own one. So why on God's green earth would you not learn to run it to the top of your ability? And now here's a man who did exactly that. Posted about doing it, ate whatever people said about him for doing it, and then Saturday afternoon, that same training, that same gun ended up in a parking lot with real lives on the line. So call it LARPing. Go ahead, LARP your heart out. LARP till the wheels fall off, because the real world consequences are worth every joke anybody's ever made at your expense. And when it stopped being pretend, he was the one person out there with a working answer. And I want you to see the other side of that coin, because it was in the same parking lot.
As I was running, I faced the shooter head on, and he pointed the gun at me, and I ducked behind a white car just to have some sort of coverage. I saw a pistol on a gun case. I'm guessing that was his. And I didn't have anything to defend myself, so I grabbed the gun and I pulled it back. It was jammed, so I just felt helpless.
Helpless. And that woman did nothing wrong. She made the right call. She got out and she lived to tell a reporter about it. And I have zero criticism for her. But look at the picture. Rifle pointed at her face. She ducks behind a car. And the only thing standing between her and whatever comes next is a gun she found on the ground that belonged to somebody else and didn't even work. She reached for it anyway, which tells you something about instinct. Because in the actual moment when it's real, the instinct shows up whether you made peace with firearms politically or not. Which brings me to something I've been beating a drum about for years while people looked at me sideways. Truck guns. I've done whole videos on what the best truck gun is, what to keep in the vehicle, how to stage it, and the concept exists exactly for situations like this. Because shooting a pistol accurately at distance is genuinely hard. I do it. I've been practicing it for years, and I still wouldn't put expert marksman at distance with a handgun on my resume. And that's on a square range with nobody shooting back at me. If this dude had had a rifle, that fight is over in a fraction of time. The shooter doesn't stand a chance in that situation. Now, I don't know his situation. Maybe he had one, he couldn't get to it. Maybe he didn't have one at all. And it doesn't matter for him because he made it work anyway. But for the rest of us, the argument just played out in real time in a drive-through lane in Idaho. Now, here's what's had me heated all day. Where is the coverage? Because I had to go digging through Instagram posts and X posts.
Yeah. Where's the coverage?
To piece together what this man did. And when the big outlets do mention him, they blow right past it in one sentence. And most of them won't even show the video. Meanwhile, the police response gets the full segment. Fast response, great work, heroic officers. And I mean it when I say I'm glad they were there. I'm sure they moved as fast as they possibly could. But this man was there before them. He was shooting at the shooter before the police arrived. He went towards gunfire he could have driven away from. And there's not one line about how fast he was to action or about the fact that he stood out in the open while somebody with a rifle shot back at him. He didn't have to do any of that. His gun was for him. He could have left and been safe like most people would. And I'm not mad at anybody who does. But when a man doesn't, give him his props. Yes. And I know exactly why they won't. Because if your whole pitch is that the government keeps you safe, you cannot afford to celebrate a citizen who didn't wait for government to show up. Every one of these stories punches a hole in that sales page. I can post a defensive gun use story damn near every day of the week, every week. And those are only the ones that get written up somewhere. And if it wasn't for local news, almost none of them would ever surface because national outlets don't touch them until the story is too big to avoid. And then the same people turn around and tell you the self-defense numbers are a myth. We just watched a man in 4K trade rounds with a mass shooter in a burger parking lot, and it barely registered. Let me put it another way. What does a father do when his daughter leaves for college? He prepares her. Take this, carry that. Here's how it works. Here's when you use it. Here's what to do walking to your car at night. Don't go there. Don't do that. He hands her tools and he teaches her to use them because he knows the day is coming when he can't be standing next to her. Now ask yourself what that father does if what he actually wants is just for her to completely depend on him. He doesn't give her any of it. He doesn't teach her a thing. He tells her, if anything happens, call me. Just call me. I'll handle it. Same thing the government tells you. Call the cops. Put your life in their hands. Don't take your defense into your own. I like cops. I want them here. I want them capable. I want them trained and funded and equipped to do the job well. And I've always thought armed citizens and law enforcement should be standing shoulder to shoulder on a range together because that relationship should be symbiotic. There's no reason it isn't. But cops can't be everywhere. They can't come until you call. And once you call, they still have to drive there. Saturday afternoon in Twin Falls, somebody was already standing there. So here comes the pushback, because when an armed citizen engages and doesn't single-handedly end the whole thing, we get told it proves the good guy with the gun doesn't work. Yeah, Right. Nobody serious ever claimed an armed citizen was a guarantee. And the standard being applied here is one we don't apply anywhere else in life. Because we don't say seatbelts don't work when somebody dies in a crash. And we don't say fire extinguishers are useless because the kitchen still got scorched. An armed person on scene shortens the timeline. And shortening the timeline gets measured in lives. Because the entire lethality of these attacks is a function of how many uninterrupted minutes the guy gets. Then you'll hear that he could have made it worse. He could have hit a bystander, that responding officers wouldn't know who's who. And those are real concerns, and anybody who carries needs to have wrestled with every one of them long before it's their turn. But the alternative on offer is a parking lot where the only person willing to shoot back is the guy with the rifle. And nobody has ever explained to me how that version ends better. One more thing stuck out with me, and it's that Tesla. Because I drive one, and sitting at a charging station is one of the most disarming things you can do. You're parked 20, 30 minutes. You're on your phone. You're zoned all the way out. You're stationary in a way you never are anywhere else in your day. And you can't just drop it in and drive and go. So watching footage of a man walk up on a parked Tesla at a charger and put rounds into it landed different for me. My gun is on me at those chargers, and I'm telling you that by itself wouldn't have solved it, because a guy walking up on your hood with a rifle is a problem you needed to see 30 seconds earlier. Situational awareness is still the first line of defense. The gun is what you use when the awareness runs out of road. And one last thing about this man, because the shooting isn't even the part that gets me. According to the AP, he didn't leave. He went from exchanging gunfire to kneeling on the asphalt with his hands on a chest wound, staying with a wounded In-N-Out employee until paramedics got there. Anybody can be brave for 11 seconds with adrenaline doing the driving. Staying afterwards in a parking lot with somebody's blood on your hands and no idea whether she's going to make it is a different thing entirely. And that's the part they'll never put on your screen, because every time one of these happens, the machine turns around and looks at you, the person who did nothing, who hurt nobody, who was home minding your own business, and treats you like the problem. They want you a little bit embarrassed about wanting to be capable. They want it to feel fringe, like something you keep quiet about at work. It isn't. It's the most normal, most American instinct there is. And it's the whole idea this country was built on, that the people are capable of defending themselves and don't exist at the mercy of whoever shows up. And that's what the America 2A design that I'm wearing right now is all about. America in that distressed font with a bullet standing in for the eye. We've got it on the hat and on shirts. You throw it on and you're not arguing with anybody. You're not posting. You're not explaining yourself to your coworkers. You just walk through your day quietly on the road. So head over to the link in the description section and grab you a hat or a shirt or something to that effect. 2 years ago, a man in Idaho posted a video of himself training on a random afternoon and told people to train like their life depended on it. Saturday, it did. So go LARP. Go run your drills. Go stretch your distance out. Go get good with a thing you swear you'd use to protect your family, because the people laughing at you have never once had to find out.
One thing's for certain and two things are for sure. Politicians and tech giants don't want gun content to be recommended to you. And we're all fighting this culture war together. Now, you can help do your part by liking, commenting, subscribing to the channel, but most importantly, sharing this video with at least one person. Together, we can stop the suppression of our 2A rights. And don't forget to click the link in the description section of this video for the products that I mentioned in this video.
All right, I'll be right back. I should use the bathroom now before I get to what's the word? All right, we're back. We are back. Okay, let's see. Ooh, holy fuck. Okay, that walk. I don't know what it was, but that walk took a little bit out of me. God damn. All right. Whew. Can't wait to go to sleep today when I get home. Take a couple of hours, get some good sleep. All right. Well, that was fast. By Liberal Hive Mind. Let's dive on in.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused.
Socialists, they should stop confusing socialism with communism. I say they should stop confusing my money with their money.
Exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And here's the meme of the day, brought to you by 5mind.com. Oh man, you know, if the consequences weren't so dire, I would just be sitting here fully relishing in this moment. I mean, I still kind of am, but you gotta apply that little asterisk considering what we're really facing here. But to see these absolute clowns, these Democrat shills, these partisan douche canoes, who have essentially turned a blind eye to what is growing in their party, who have allowed it to happen, allowed it to fester, who have called us conspiracy theorists for even suggesting that it may be happening. No, that, of course, was a vast right-wing conspiracy theory. It was a dishonest right-wing talking point. They dismissed it forever, and on the flip side, they did absolutely nothing to acknowledge it, to fight against it within their own party. You know, the type of healthy infighting that leads to the right ideas surfacing to the top level. You know, that's usually what we engage in on the right. It's why sometimes it gets a little messy. No, they refuse to do the hard work, frankly, and now, well, it appears we're starting to see some significant regret. Oh no, what the hell did we do? What did we get ourselves into? It appears some of these legacy Democrats are starting to realize exactly what they've signed on to here with Zoran Mamdani and this new left-wing faction that's taking over and taking over fast. We got the look of regret hitting their faces in real time here. This time brought to you by elitist scumbag Democrat Scott Galloway, another one of those establishment clowns who always operates with this air of superiority and authority. He knows everything, but apparently he's not smart enough to spot a very obvious red threat, to see a couple steps ahead. Now it appears he's suffering from the unintended consequences. Let me show you what's going on. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, it appears all these elitist people who thought that, of course, none of these policies were going to affect them. No, it was just the rich of the rich of the rich. Well, they're getting a serious reality check.
And I've been doxxed.
You've been doxxed? What?
Oh yeah, because Mandami is taxing, what is it, homes that aren't the primary residents that are, and it's like it's $5 million for a house, but it's only like $1 million for an apartment. So a lot of people are actually getting screwed because Mandami wasn't exactly fully honest with what he had to say.
Tell me.
So I don't know if you've heard, but Mayor Mamdani has decided to release a list of the 950,000 residences with addresses and names that might be eligible for his pied-à-terre tax.
I have an apartment here, but I'm well below that number. What do you? I don't love this. I can't say I love this. It feels like a little bit like doxing. Just tax them and get on with it. Is my feeling.
Here's the definition of doxing. Okay. Doxing is publishing private identifying information to expose someone to publicly pressure or harm without their consent, tied to status the publisher's disapproval, swap elite for any other disavowed group, and nobody's calling this a tax roll. I'm a fan of this tax. I was supportive of it.
Yep.
Rich absenteeism
dumbass
should subsidize a nurse in the Bronx paying 40% of her income on rent. I came out in favor of this tax. This is the definition. He's taken a legitimate source of tax revenue and he's turning it into a wanted poster. And the question I would have is, other than trying to identify and imply these people have done something wrong, and then 18 months after a healthcare CEO was executed in the street and then published the list, what is the upside here? Why is he doing this?
And again, I don't want to be too gleeful here, but at the same time, isn't it just glorious? Isn't it just absolutely freaking hilarious and satisfying to an unbelievable degree to see these people totally faffoing in freaking real time? Oh, I didn't know. Oh, I thought he just wanted to tax the rich. I thought we were just going to have these fluffy policies to take care of the poorest people. I didn't know he was going to engage in class warfare against the American middle class, the upper middle class of New York City. I didn't know that he'd put a friggin' target on our back, as if recording campaign ads literally outside of Ken Griffin's home wasn't proof enough. And interestingly enough, he actually mentioned at one point the blatant murder of the United Healthcare CEO on the street. Oh, you just couldn't see it, right? You couldn't see the hatred that these people have for exactly you after Luigi Mangione murdered that CEO and they were all celebrating it. Remember seeing all those leftoids wearing Luigi t-shirts? Oh, you just couldn't see it, huh? Zoran Mamdani's chosen housing director. She stated at one point that her goal was to, quote, impoverish the white middle class.
Mamdani's aide, his top aide, Sia Weaver, said if you don't believe in the government's sacred right to seize property, it's over. And impoverish the white middle class. What? That's a goal? You know you're supposed to scare people into voting for you, right?
See, Bill Maher actually has, he's somewhat still there mentally, so he's looking at all these fucking crazy leftoids and going, the fuck are you talking about, retard?
And again, you couldn't see it, right? You couldn't freaking see it. And just think about that for a second, by the way. Part of your official policy stance being you want to impoverish a certain segment of the population. They really aren't beating the allegations now, aren't they? When we're talking about the end result of communism being generally impoverishing people, we've got more equality. Everyone's poorer. Isn't that better, folks? There may be food shortages, and you're worse off than you were under evil capitalism. Hey, at least you aren't jealous of Whitey. I mean, for the most part, for us, it's kind of like a meme, although, of course, it's more than a meme. It's true. But there you go, pretty much freaking admitting it. And again, going back to Scott Galloway, he couldn't see it. He just couldn't see it. These absolute goofballs, man. It's unbelievable. Now, all of a sudden, you're shocked. Probably having voter regret, frankly. I don't know this for sure. I don't know that Scott Galloway actually voted for Mamdani, so I'm not going to jump to that conclusion. But what I will say with relative confidence is he probably did, and what I'm seeing here seems kind of like he's speaking within that context. Oh, I didn't see this coming. I thought it was going to be one thing, and now it's a complete other. I want to say that I feel bad for them, but
I don't.
How many times can you be warned? Can we tell you, hey, buddy, you're about to jump off a freaking cliff? And then once they jump off, what are you going to do? The only thing you can do is sit there with your hands up in the air saying, look, you made your bed, you got to freaking sleep in it. It sucks that gravity's barreling you down to the freaking rocky ground. But at this point, that's completely out of my hands. And that's exactly what's been going on here. We have been warning and warning and warning. And now that it's coming for you, you don't get to act shocked. To play the victim? You did this. You did this to yourselves. This is the monster that you created. And now I guess the hope is that they'll be a little bit more receptive. Maybe listen a little, maybe open your damn ears, maybe heed the damn warnings. Now, come on, I doubt that'll actually happen. But just in case, here's the next warning. Your party is on a collision course towards a violent revolution. Keyword, violent. Your party is normalizing terrorism, achieving political ends by violent means, and it's going to continue to get worse and worse and worse until you people grow some balls and start doing the right thing. Now, I doubt doubt they'll do anything, but it's another obvious observation. The Luigi Mangione event is just a drop in the bucket to what we've already seen so far, and already on a year-by-year basis it's getting worse. And so if you think doxing the upper middle class in New York City was bad, just freaking wait to see where this is really going, and I don't know, maybe jump ship, or maybe actually stand up to it, so you're once again not in the exact same position repeating this same thing of finally realizing exactly what it is that's been festering when it's at the point of too little too late. Anyways, that's what I got. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Go away, man. Go away, man. Chill.
Scumbag.
All right. This is 13 minutes. Fred the Bodyguard puts every Islamist who threatens him to sleep by Sahar TV. Let's check this out.
Go away, man. Go away, man.
Chill. Scumbag. Oh shit.
This is now assault on their behalf. This is assault.
Whoa.
How you doing? This is Sahar TV, and I've compiled the best moments of Fred the Bodyguard against people trying to harass the people he is protecting. Let's get to the videos. I'm not going to be speaking when the videos are playing. Let's watch. In this video right here, Fred and Kurt Kaz are confronting scammers in Europe. At some point, one of them starts throwing stones at Fred, and it goes incredibly wrong for them.
But you're too useless and stupid. She's gonna throw a bottle. Come, throw the bottle. Throw the bottle. And get done. Yeah, come, throw it. Yeah, you're gonna get arrested.
Go. You
Go,
go.
let me. Fuck you.
Yeah, fuck you,
bitch.
There we go, picking up more stuff. There's a rock in her hand. She's gonna throw a rock at us. Come. There we go. Come.
Umbrella, you cunt.
Come. Oh, those are rocks. They're throwing rocks at us, guys. Throwing rocks at us. That's how much they hate you. Can you imagine the amount of hate in their hearts that they want to cause you physical harm? There's children. You fucking piece of shit. Scumbag.
No!
That's it.
Got her. Yo! He just bulldozed her.
That's it.
Bonk.
Get the ball out your hand. Wait. Hey. Hey, yeah, call the police. No, they were throwing bottles. Yeah. No, I have it on film.
In this video, Tyler Oliveira is approached by a scammer with the usual bracelet scam. When he refuses to pay, Fred jumps on the scammer and drops him to the ground. Have a look.
That's something.
I feel like you're scamming me though.
Very kind, bro. A long time here.
Tu eres una estafadora? Sí.
This is my job
Yeah.
to my baby.
But how many babies do you have?
Me, I have one baby.
Why are you not being father to your baby?
No, me, I have one.
Why are you here then? Why are you not with baby?
Africa.
Why are you not in Africa with the baby?
Yeah, Africa, Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe? I thought you were from Kenya.
No, my friends from Kenya.
What? Is it free or no?
Give some money.
Is it free? Huh?
Give something.
I gotta give you something?
Yeah.
The fuck?
Some money.
I gotta give you money.
Yeah.
I have to give you money.
Please.
Bruh.
Happy? Yeah, I'm very happy. You happy?
Not happy.
Yo, if you give her fake money, that's based. Oh, that's super based.
You happy?
No.
Ah, got him.
Huh?
Ha, got him.
The scammer got scammed. Quit finessing people. I don't want this. Hey, try some shit. I dare you.
Oh shit.
Yo, let's go.
Shit.
Hey, watch out. Hey. Hey, back down. Get the fuck away. Hey, buddy. Back the fuck up. We'll crush you. Back the fuck up. Stay down. We're good. Let's call it a day.
In this video, Charlie Veach and Fred are at a pro-Palestine rally when one of the activists,
oh, let's go, fuck these retards up,
tries getting closer to Charlie. Fred stops him. Have a look.
Ah! Yo, denied. Yo, that was absolute Chad-like.
No, we got that. Good work, Fred. Good work. He lunged at me. We got that on video. Don't you worry. Why are they fighting amongst each other now? They're trying to stop them from attacking. Oh, I see. Should we report him to the police?
This Islamist was throwing stones at Charlie Veach and Fred. Thanks to Fred, he gets arrested and taken to jail.
Nice.
Have a look.
Here he goes. Oh, he's thrown it. Right, I think I'm going to call 999. Okay, our man is collecting more stones now. You're saying you're not allowed. So, I've just got off the phone to 999, giving a full description of this guy.
Oh, he's cooked.
Let's see how quickly they come and grab this scrotum.
Scrotum.
Come on, let's go intercept the police and tell them. Yeah, there he is. You're throwing stones, mate. Yeah, you're throwing stones, mate. Yeah, go on. Throwing stones. Yeah.
Ah, got him.
Why the fuck are they twisting me so long? He documents it for proof. Not so clever now, are you, mate? Oh, there's another one here, guys. It's Fred over there. Get him arrested. Yeah, not so clever now, are you, big boy? Whoa!
Oh, wow, what a piece of shit.
Fred and Charlie were being blocked by Antifa in the UK. This confrontation takes an unexpected turn.
Stop! Look at that ugly whore.
Wow.
Look at that ugly whore.
Oh, that could be the thumbnail, that one. Guys, stop pushing into us, seriously. Let's reverse 2 meters, guys. See if they do this. Come on, reverse 2 meters. I just want to be here. Here we go. We are trying to retreat, but I want to stand here for the shot. This is now assault on their behalf. This is assault.
Yeah! Beat those bitches' asses.
Oh dear. Off our streets. Ponytail was getting very aggressive there.
This video right here is one of my favorites. This Islamist right here is approaching aggressively towards Fred.
Look at this broccoli-headed retard.
Go away, man. Go away.
I didn't know you could be a fucking Muslim retard and a fucking broccoli head retard all at once. Jesus, that's like a retard squared. Yo,
He didn't warn you, mate. He didn't warn you.
So
Good one,
bad.
Fred. He deserved that. More than anything, let's go down Market Street.
This balaclava boy was approaching Fred and Charlie with something in his pocket. Fred doesn't take any risks and neutralizes the threat.
Oh yeah, there's one trying to flank us on the far right. It's alright. Chill.
Nice. Yo, hold on. I want to see him give him that 1-2 combo again. Yo, he gave him a 2-piece combo.
Yeah, let's go.
Left his ass in the Yamcha pose.
Here. Thank you, Fred, for saving me there. He came for you with a knife in his pocket.
This individual was harassing Fred. At some point, Fred said enough was enough. Have a look.
English soil, we can walk where we want.
Yeah, no problem.
We can walk where we want, Fred. This is Liverpool.
Right.
This shitty Thai shit won't work.
Okay, man.
I promise you.
Dude, go pick on a little guy like you.
Don't touch me.
Pick on a little
I'm
guy.
a professional fighter. I will defend myself, and I'll wipe
You're
the
being
floor.
aggressive.
I'll wipe the floor with you, Fred.
Oh, you made a threat there.
No, I will.
Let's go
I'll
into the
defend
hotel,
myself.
see if they follow.
If you touch me, I'll defend myself, guys. Fred, we find you threatening. Be careful. It's English clay. It's English clay. It's English clay. I'm behind you. It's English clay. Oh, you're walking towards me, Fred. Fred, don't touch me, Fred.
You're more than welcome in the field by a scouser lad, okay?
Thank you.
You're more than welcome, lad.
This dumb slut who's shoving her sign in people's faces needs to get slapped in the face.
Oh.
Yeah. Snatch that shit out of her. Ha! Ripped it up.
Whoa. Yeah, he deserved that. Thank you, Fred.
This thug thought he could intimidate Fred in the UK. It turned out to be a massive mistake. Have a look.
While protecting DJ Media, Fred and the cameraman were being harassed for filming before a confrontation ensues.
Stay back. Get back from me now, I swear to God.
Look at this fucking retard.
You're big with the ball now, aren't you? You're big. Put the ball down and do it. Put the ball down and do it. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Fight like a man.
These Antifa members waved their flag in Fred's face. They didn't anticipate what happened next.
See, at that point, I would have pepper sprayed his ass.
Whoa. Good on you, Fred.
Just blast that whole crowd with
gets
pepper
way
spray.
too close to Fred and Charlie Veach. When the police gets there, they find a knife.
Watch ahead of me, this guy here. Wait, don't put your hands in your pockets, mate. Yeah, you got slapped, mate. You got... What's he getting out of his pocket? Careful, he's gonna get something out. Wait, what's he getting out of his pocket? There he is. There's the little guy with the balaclava over there, Fred. Yeah. There he is. Where is he? Where's the little... Oh, there he is.
Got him.
Oh, he got arrested. He's been arrested. He's been arrested. Yeah. Thank you.
Come back.
Hello, mate. You're going to pull a knife on me again, mate, are you? You're going to pull a knife out, mate? Yeah. Justice. Okay. Move back, everyone. Move back. Give the police space. Give the police space. Let me just see. Oh, he had a knife. Did he? Yeah, he had a knife. He had a knife, guys. He had a knife. Get the scumbags off the streets. Get the scumbags. Get the scumbags.
Thank you so much for watching the best moments of Fred the Bodyguard. I left credit under every single video so you can look them up and find their content. Thank you so much for being here. I'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye. If you'd like to watch more of my stuff, please check out my channel down below. If you like what you see, don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel and hit that notification button so you can be notified every time I upload new content. If you'd like to support me and the channel financially, you can do that using Buy Me Coffee or Patreon down in the links below. Also, we now have a Discord that you can join down in the link below. And now you can become a YouTube member and enjoy specific YouTube perks. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
New York's mayor thinks looters are going to steal his...
Oh, fuck. Okay, this is what I wanted to watch next. I didn't realize it was next in the playlist. I'm dumb. Mamdani opened free supermarkets. 24 hours later, they were looted by Cash Jordan. Let's dive on in.
New York's mayor thinks looters are going to steal his free groceries. Look at this.
That deal, basically, and is there going to be a limit on the number of items that someone can take that are discounted at that level from that essential basket?
So our RFP makes very clear that this is a program for New Yorkers to be able to put food on the table, not a program for people to be able to make a quick buck through reselling. I'm going to pass it over to our EDC head, G-Pack, to add some additional details.
Oh, why doesn't he want to answer? That's weird.
Yes, if you look at our RFP for the operator, we are looking to make sure that we target New Yorkers, whether it be at sort of a library card-esque thing.
A library card.
And also we manage who's buying, and that is focused on everyday New Yorkers.
How are you going to do that?
So we are mindful.
All right, now that is actually quite a good question. How are you going to do that? Because you have to have some sort of like a system in play to determine who is, eligible to buy, who has already bought. Because, like, what's to stop someone from going and buying up all the product and then just reselling it? Like, how are you going to stop that?
Of that, and so we're going to make sure that we have all the things in place to ensure that that does not happen.
Oh, so they're going to have something in place to make sure that only New Yorkers are shopping there. Might be a library card, but don't worry, folks, it won't be ID, because in New York, we don't require that to do anything. Watch this.
And we're talking about a city-run grocery store, one in each borough, which, by the way, you do not need an ID to shop at, no matter what you've just heard in the news of today.
Oh, thank
We're talking
God.
about actually addressing the question of skyrocketing grocery prices.
But how are you going to do
that? So wait, so if you don't need an ID, what's going to stop anyone from just buying up all the supply? Because again, it's going to be heavily discounted, so anyone with enough capital could just buy it up and then resell it.
In the last, 6 or 7 years alone, an increase in grocery prices of around 30%. And we are going to be delivering a city-run grocery store, one in each borough, 5 in total, that will have the staples of a shopping experience, an essential basket of goods that are discounted by 30% compared to typical retail prices.
How are you going to stop people from shopping there?
Will be able to feel in their pocket. They'll be able to save hundreds of dollars on an annual basis, knowing that the city is looking to actually deliver for them on something that is a non-negotiable in their life.
But you're delivering it for everyone, because everyone's going to be able to shop there. Now, at first, it sounded like there was going to be an ID card. And right away, the regime went into overdrive, making sure that nobody thought you would need ID to get the 30% off from the Mom Donnie Marts, which means there's no plan in place to stop somebody from driving in from New Jersey or Connecticut or wherever and loading up a truck and taking off to their own store where they resell all that same stuff. And then there's all the people in New York that sell.
I mean, yeah, not even just this, but like, if you're a local grocery store, I don't know how much your margins are, but I could see people, and even if not grocery stores, just people like this, just reselling the goods from the Mondami Marts.
Things on the side of the road, where are they going to get those products? Are they going to be getting them cheaper than a distributor would sell them to them? This is why these free stores don't make any sense. There's zero cost to operate the store. They don't pay taxes. They don't pay utilities. They could buy whatever they want and sell it for whatever they want. And now they're going to sell it to everybody. There's no way this is going to work. Watch this.
Donnie's city-owned grocery stores, because you're not going to not have an ID. You don't even have to prove that you live in New York, even though it's New York taxpayer-funded grocery
It's
stores.
a handout to everyone.
We're going to have a bunch of freeloaders that want to come to New York now. Just for all the free. What could possibly go wrong?
Exactly. Communism for everyone.
Rushing to the grocery store. This is what the mayor had to say about this.
This is so wild.
How are you going to keep people from taking advantage of that, that deal, basically?
They did not have an answer.
And they really didn't. We're going to, okay, how are you going to do it?
He stepped away from the mic, notice that, and had this woman come up and proclaim that there was going to be a library card, and the backlash was massive. They are making it up as they go along, folks. What they're going to do in New York is they're going to steal from those who are productive and live here, and they're going to give that out to the entire world. Remember, this is a sanctuary city, and the resources of New York are open to the entire world. All you got to do is get here. Doesn't matter where you're from, doesn't matter what state you live in. We're going to tax the productive and give it to everyone. This place is going to implode so quickly, your head is going to spin. Watch this. this.
This is a program for New Yorkers to be able to put food on the table, not a program for people to be able to make a quick buck through reselling.
And how are you going to prevent that?
We are looking to make sure that we target New Yorkers, whether it be at sort of a library card-esque thing, and also we manage who's buying, and that is focused on everyday.
Look,
how do you manage who's buying? How?
Their faces. They didn't have any problem with her saying there was going to be some sort of check or balance to make sure only people from New York came here. Look, they're all in agreement. They're all hanging out. And then they said, gee, wait a minute. We're a no ID state. We don't need ID to do anything here. Better not have it to come to the grocery store.
So a library card-esque card. They're so afraid of saying an ID.
They don't want to say
even though
it.
that's what they're saying, that you're going to have an ID. But they're not going to check where the person is from. They're not going to check what their income is. And so this is going to be the fastest lesson in economics, in math, in basic
bananas.
reality that has ever hit. Mamdani is going to understand economics at the end of this.
No, he's not.
No, he's not, unfortunately.
Bodega owner in the neighborhood who he's trying to undercut by selling stuff 30% below market value.
Oh, yeah. Every small business in town, those are going to be done. Because you know what? You can't compete with 30% off. And these stores, they're going to be required to have more than just bananas and oranges in them. There's going to be a core basket of goods that get the heavy discount. But these stores are going to have other things in them. And look at this. They will be open to everyone. There will be no system to verify identity, residency, or income, and no one will be asked to show ID to shop city.
This is such a terrible idea. This is going to get taken advantage of so hard.
All confirmed. You're going to be paying for the entire world to rob you if you live in New York and the mayor is totally okay with it. And you know what? Once this whole thing doesn't work out, he's going to say, well, we just need more money. We tried to help all these people and it didn't work. And that's because all the rich people left, or they didn't pay enough, or you didn't pay your fair share. We need more taxes.
By selling stuff 30% below market value, goes to the store, buys everything, and then sells it for cheaper. I'm sure that's going to be illegal too. So they're going to have to jail.
It's going to be illegal, but how are you going to catch people doing it?
People who go and take stuff out of the store for 30% cheaper and sell
they're not going to jail
at market
anybody.
value. And then they're going to run out of product. And so then they're going to, within the
Oh, yeah, these things are going to be fucking empty on, like, day one.
first week, they're going to have to ration all of their grocery stores. So we're going to get to the end stages of the Soviet Union in the first week.
And here's how that's going to happen.
Soviet Union speed run, bro.
They're not going to jail people for coming to these places and looting them and clearing them out. In fact, they're going to spin that and they're going to say, wow, we ran out of everything. It looks like the Soviet Union in here. And that's because this place really needs help. We need more free grocery stores. We need even more money because stuff is flying off the shelves and flying out the door and ended up on the sidewalk. Oh, yeah, we're helping so many people. We need even more money to do even more. But think of how many people we could help if instead of 5 grocery stores, we had 50 or 500. And look at where that's going to lead.
They're going to put bodegas out of business. Out of business. And when they do, you'll have no choice but to go to the government grocery store, which will have shortages. And when you do, you will need to get your ID in order to buy your groceries and your food.
They're going to do something.
It's all going in the same direction. Always is. These people are evil. We are looking to make sure we target New Yorkers, whether it be a sort of library card-esque thing, and we also manage who's buying, and that it is focused on everyday New Yorker.
Now, the interesting thing about that is the people telling us that this is going to be a store for New Yorkers will tell you that someone who came into the country illegally yesterday and is in New York today, living in a luxury hotel shelter today, is also a New Yorker. So their definition of a New Yorker includes everybody by default. That's why they're not going to check and see who's a New Yorker and who isn't, because everybody who finds themselves here is invariably a New Yorker according to these people. That's the plan. It's a plan that makes no sense, but it does make sense when you realize collapse is the real plan.
According to the proposal, the government grocery store operators will create free access cards that will help ensure that New Yorkers are not abusing the program.
Oh, how are they going to do
Shoppers
that?
without a card would not be prohibited from entering the store, but they would not be able to make any purchases without the ID.
Huh, that's weird. But
they say the operator will create a voluntary free-to-access membership card program to monitor sales activity and implement the discount program and any associated demand management measures. The savings card shall not be required for physical access to NYC grocery sites and shall be made easily available to any individual requesting one. Operators will work with NYC EDC to develop appropriate protocols for the collection, storage, and use of personal data shared by membership and card program participants.
Yeah, that's going to leak.
Conservative pundits began pointing out the irony of Mamdani's grocery store.
So what is going to happen here? It sounds like they're going to have some sort of loyalty program. They're not going to stop anyone from coming into the store, but they may stop people from getting the 30% off discount if they don't have the loyalty card, which is supposed to be easy to access and available to everybody because everybody's a New Yorker. Got it. What could go wrong?
For ID, as Democrats have forcefully argued against passing legislation that would require ID to vote. Democrats have argued voter identification would suppress the votes of many women whose names changed after marriage. It's all a lie. But I don't really care, to be honest, about this argument like, they want an ID to vote, but not to buy groceries. Hypocrites. They don't care. They know they're hypocrites. They know they're lying.
Right, and they're lying about this being something that is sustainable. None of this is sustainable. These stores are going to get looted out of oblivion by people taking advantage of them. Everybody that wants to sell vegetables on the sidewalk is going to start doing it. They're going to be doing it 30% off. These stores are going to empty out, and then the city's going to come along and say they need more of them. And this socialist train that is just headed in the wrong direction, full steam, full speed ahead, it's running out of money so fast. The mayor is actually running out of places to find it. Check this out.
Hello, this is Victor Davis Hansen for the Daily Signal. Zoran Mondami, the mayor of New York, has just stirred up a lot of controversy. He said that he wanted to go after property owners who had homes worth more than $5 million, and they were likely to be second homes. In other words, they had a primary residence elsewhere, either in the state of New York or outside the state or in a foreign country. And he wanted to tax them with a new surcharge in addition to property tax. But then when the letters went out, they didn't just go to the upper middle class or the wealthy who owned $5 million properties. Mondami went back on his word and sent almost 950,000 letters out to property owners who on the register had a home worth more than $1 million.
Now, $1 million, is that a lot of money? If you have a home that's worth that, yeah, it is, but it's not like having $1 million home 30 years ago. In fact, many people who are working class, middle class New Yorkers may have a home valued in that range, and they're the ones getting these letters. And check this out and tell me if you think any of these people are out on luxury vacations, jetting around the world on private jets. Look at this.
Yeah, Christine, it's damage control for the administration. 17,000 homeowners received letters saying they may be subject to the tax, and now they have until September 18th to contest it. But many are upset now. They have to prove essentially where they live.
So we're here to stand united, and the people of Staten Island, the people who love this country, for all of you who've earned your home, to say enough is enough.
Staten Island Borough President Vito Fossella tonight at a rally blasting the pied-à-terre tax rollout by the Mamdani administration that's created confusion and anxiety among some homeowners.
I'm getting calls from clients that looked at the roll and they didn't think their market value was, qualified them for the tax.
But Mamdani and the city sure did. That's why they sent out these letters. They sent letters to everybody that might have even been close to hitting a threshold where they could tax them. And now, to not have to pay his taxes, you have to defend yourself. You have to go to the DMV, essentially, and deal with the DMV Postal Service mentality, which is how this city government operates, and prove that you're immune from the mayor's new taxes and that you're paying your fair share. And look who they're coming after.
An 81-year-old woman on the Upper East Side tells CBS News New York she's lived full-time in her townhouse for 3 decades and has no other residence Yet she received a letter from the city warning she has until August 21st to prove she's exempt from the new pied-à-terre tax, or she'll owe $56,000.
They're coming after senior citizens for almost $60,000 when they live in their primary residence, which has appreciated over the last 3 decades and now puts them on this hit list, which is what many people are saying this list is, because they didn't just...
New York City is really trying to speedrun a Soviet Union game.
Send out 17,000 letters
saying they would have to pay the new tax. It's aimed at the wealthy who have second homes valued at $5 million or more, or apartments valued at $1 million or more.
I understand the concerns New Yorkers have, especially when it comes to a new tax.
Today, Mayor Mamdani said he's hired 24 additional people to deal with complaints, and he's extended the deadline for people to seek an exemption.
Adding to the confusion is a list of hundreds of thousands of properties, most owned by New Yorkers who live here, published online as the new tax program was rolled out.
Why would you do that? Why would you publish a list of people who you claim aren't paying their fair share or might not be, who they are and where they live in your city? Like, that is just ridiculous. You don't do something like that if you care about the well-being of those people. You're basically marking them. And you got these mobs running all over the streets in New York, the same mobs that are in favor of the free grocery stores and now know where you live, and there weren't enough groceries today, but you live over there, huh? Yeah, gee, I wonder what that's going to lead to.
He's had all of these lavish welfare ideas that are not fundable because he's driving out the upper middle class and the wealthy, and they're leaving in droves. Some estimates maybe $11 billion already in real value.
It's crazy.
In revenue. So he needs money.
Yep.
And more importantly, by sending this surtax out, in addition to property taxes, if you have a property that's worth $1 million or $2 million, and you're paying $20,000 or $30,000, $40,000 in property taxes, and this surtax comes in 10, 20, 30, a lot of people are saying, you know, I'm not getting that much rent if it is a second home. If it's their primary home, they're saying, I already paid this huge property and I have maintenance costs. If you're renting, you have rental costs. You're subject to oversight. There's rental subsidies for your renter. There's rent control. And so what he's trying to do is force people to sell.
And what we heard earlier when Mamdani went out there and he said he's going to fine landlords, he said he was going to take away their buildings if they couldn't pay the fines. And he said he was going to increase the amount of fines and make sure that there were more fines. And the reason they want these people to sell isn't because they're not paying their fair share and they're jetting around on these luxury vacations. No, it's because if you own your own home in New York and you don't need the help of the government for anything, you are on this side of the fence and the communists are over here, right? So you're opposed to the communists, even if you're a Mamdani voter, because you heard he was going to help the little guy and you believed him and you believed that he was going to do it with socialism. You've got people in New York who are waking up, realizing that they are ideological enemies of the mayor, even though they voted for him. This is crazy.
Dumbasses.
Easy.
Either sell their second home, or he considers them affluent enough that they had their turn and it's time to sell because they will not be able to afford, especially retired people, a surcharge property tax on top of a property tax.
Like that 81-year-old woman.
On top of insurance. And if you have a lot of sales, the house price drops. If the house price drops, Mamdani can come in and either buy them for the city or subsidize the, quote, oppressed poor who buy it. It's a huge redistribution plan.
What a great way to lower housing prices. Mamdani's going to come in after he destroys the housing market in New York and nobody wants to live here because crime is through the roof and everyone's getting punished for owning anything. He's going to say, yeah, before I came in, prices were here, and I got them down to here. I did a good job. I destroyed the...
We did it, Patrick. We saved this city.
...market, and now it only costs this much to live here. You know, there's parts of America where you could buy a home for $1. In Detroit, Michigan, you could buy homes that nobody wants. Yeah, let's get the price down there. Then we'll really have affordability, won't we? What a thriving place we'll be looking at. Oh, man. Everything about this is a nightmare, but it's all going to be spun as if it's been the greatest thing since sliced bread. When the sliced bread has been removed from the free grocery store by the people selling it on the sidewalks out in front of the free grocery store that cost the city nothing to operate, the excuse is going to be, well, it's so popular. There's so many people that need help. We didn't realize the crisis was this bad. We need 50, 500 free grocery stores. And then when they destroy the property values and everything costs nothing because it's all being given away, thrown away, abandoned, they're going to say, yeah, I fixed the housing market. What do you think about that? I'll see you in the next video.
Today we're going through every single fighter jet.
...2001 Plymouth Prowler. Regular car reviews. Let's dive on in.
Coming through the mists of time. I can't believe it. We finally got our hands on a Plymouth Prowler.
I just did a burnout in a Plymouth Prowler. Yes, this is a giveaway car. fanofthem.com/regular cars. Click on the link in the description, it's right there. fanofthem.com/regular cars. Buy some merch and you're automatically entered to win. Just pick up some merch. If you have thought about entering a giveaway that we do on RCR, but you never did, this is the one to do. First of all, it's okay that some people don't know how to drive stick. They've never had that opportunity. Great news is you will never be chastised for driving an automatic Plymouth Prowler because they're all automatics. Manual was never an option on one of these cars. You know, most of the giveaway cars, in fact, all of the giveaway cars that we do on RCR with Fan of Them are performance cars. Turbocharged, stick shift machines, occasionally a fast truck.
Yeah.
They're good driving cars, enthusiast machines, cars that take corners very well, accelerate aggressively, and are a joy to drive. I should say, drive well. Jeez. The Plymouth Prowler is none of those things. So here I am, telling you to enter this giveaway. And you should enter a giveaway for a car that is not fast, handles bad, isn't well made. It's Dodge, isn't it? It's Chrysler. So why should you own them? Well, Jeremy Clark...
Look at it! Fucking look at it!
And said no true automotive enthusiast, or no true petrol head as the term they use, they should all own, or you should all own, an Alfa Romeo. No true gearhead or petrol head can say that they're a petrol head if they have never owned an Alfa Romeo. I say no American gearhead can say they're a gearhead if they haven't owned a pile of Dodge, or in this case Plymouth. It's Chrysler. Because these cars are bizarre. They don't make sense. They're done for silliness. This car defies all expectations, or subverts all expectations of what an enthusiast car is. And I think you should own this. You should experience this, because there may not be a car like this again. in the... Thank you. Yeah! Feel my V6 tremble at my 252 horsepower.
It is divisive. It is adored. It is hated. It is reviled. It is dismissed. It is celebrated. But it is undeniably one of the most unique production cars ever to make it off an assembly line.
Yep.
Hell yeah, brother. Got my Plymouth Prowler setting up for the car show. Yeah. I can feel the attention coming. You know what you're looking at. Yeah. Got my sign so people know.
Numbers matching oil.
Oh, got my chair ready to sit. Yeah. Pants shitted. Gobs blessed. Barb left. It's the late 1990s, and Dad just bought 2,800 pounds of invisible penis lengthening surgery. Plymouth Prowler. Brought to you by Corvette guys digivolving into their final form.
Yeah.
The official car of putting up a boomer board at Weiss Markets. Ham. Yes. I'll have the ham. Prowler. The official car of waddling into PetSmart, finding the smallest, cutest girl employee, standing too close to her, ripping a tuna fish fart, looking around, and saying, I didn't know you sold whales here. And then waddling back out to your 1 of 500 Plymouth Prowler, pulling the wedgie out of your crack, catching your breath from the long 20-yard walk, sitting down, and reflecting on your successful life. It is 13 feet 9 inches long. It is 6 feet 5 inches wide. It is 4 feet 3 inches high. And this has one of the most fantastic, freakish, devoted, weird fan clubs I've ever run across. I did my homework for this review, and I lurked on the Plymouth Prowler Facebook groups. Swingers. Dude, go. These are some vanilla people, and you just look in their eyes, they're up to some freaky stuff after hours. On paper, this is a 2-seat roadster designed by Chrysler during the height of the dot-com boom. It represented the runaway optimism of the late 1990s. Grunge music was over, rap rock was in, ska was back, rockabillys now fronted big swing bands, guest bedrooms became computer rooms, and the S&P 500 line kept going up and up and up. Chrysler was more successful than ever. Their minivan dominated the market. The TJ Wrangler was selling better than even the YJ, and their Viper was dominating the Corvette and Mustang. Critics were calling the Gen 1 Neon almost as good as Honda. It seemed during those 10 short years, everything Chrysler touched turned to Beanie Babies. So they decided, hey, you know that concept car? No, not the Copperhead, the weirder one. Yeah, we're just gonna make that. No, I'm serious. No changes. We're going to put a concept car into production. Yeah, I know we don't have everything it needs, but, you know, we got minivan parts, we got sedan parts, we're going to make it work. So it's powered by the 3.5-liter EGG V6. That's the same engine that moved the Chrysler Concorde sedan, Eagle Vision, Chrysler 300M, and the Chrysler Pacific crossover. That was before it became a minivan. And after the Prowlers discontinue in 2002, the EGG V6 would go on to power the base model Dodge Charger and Challenger. The Chrysler EGG V6 is an all-aluminum engine, making about 250 horsepower at 6,500 RPM and about 250 pound-feet of torque at 4,000 RPM. It's a single overhead cam, non-interference engine with a timing belt. Now this is where it gets better, the transmission. Okay, so the EGG V6 was a longitudinal mounted engine meant for front-wheel drive cars. So Chrysler had this whole cab-forward design, which allowed them to move their wheels almost to the front bumper. That allowed you there to have a longitudinal V6 and a transmission that sort of, it looked like the front half of a Subaru transmission, with half shafts coming out, only this one has no drive shaft on the way back. So this V6 was meant to power the front wheels, but Chrysler needed to get the Prowler in production. So instead of making their own gearbox, to make it a rear wheel drive car, they just put a torque tube and shoved that front wheel drive transmission to the back of the car. That way, if you look like here in the brochure, if you look in the cutaway, you see that this prop shaft is running to the back, and there's a transmission in the back that has a bell housing, but nothing attached to it. They're just like, nah, just the transmission back there. It'll be fine. The transmission itself is the 4.2 LE 4-speed automatic transmission. 0 to 60 is a respectable 6 seconds, and the car hits
2001, that wasn't terrible.
Fuel cut at 126 miles an hour. I had this thing up to 80. Ooh, you don't want to go 120 in this. 80 is fine, but we'll get to the handling in a bit. Chrysler made a total of 11,702 Prowlers from 1997 until 2002. So why does it handle super weird? Well, the front wheels are 17 inches and the rears are 20s. That is wild for a production car to come with dubs straight from the factory in 1997. Now,
yes,
this is a 2001 model, but for our purposes, it really doesn't matter because there were no trim levels of this car. There weren't really updates. They're all pretty much the same car. And in 2001, this is the second to last year of production, where the MSRP for this, you ready for prices? Okay, this was $44,000.
Holy fuck. In 2001, that was a ton of money.
1,600.
I mean, it's a ton of money in 2026, but in 2001, that was like
$25. Adjusted for inflation to 2026, that is a staggering
over 100,000?
$82,838. This was almost as expensive as a Viper. In today's money, you could buy an Enos Grenadier for less. You could buy a BMW 135i convertible with a straight 6 turbo for much less than what this is. But are you as remarkable?
No.
I don't know if you're called cool, but then again, the Prowler has gone through phases throughout its life. This is a classic car now. In driving this thing around, a lot of people don't know what it is. Rightfully so. Most of the people who bought these things were boomers.
It definitely doesn't look like anything else on the road. And it's funny how when it was a new car, it was trying to evoke classic car design, and now 25 years later, it itself is a classic car.
And they just put them away in garages. I've been driving this thing at the time of recording this for about 2 weeks. I have not seen another one. And come to think of it, I haven't seen a Prowler in the wild outside of a car show in maybe 15 years. They just don't exist. If you haven't discovered the joys of Icy Hot yet, I'm not sure you can visualize the stir that this vehicle created in the hearts and groins of white suburban dads aged 40 to 46 in 1997. Remember how people lost their collective tits over Stanley Cups, Swatch pocket watches, boba tea, espresso martinis, sea salt lamps, Dubai chocolate, Froyo, and McRibs? Imagine if you hydraulic pressed all that hype into one concept. That's the Plymouth Prowler in 1997. These things were selling way above MSRP.
Oh, yeah.
Plymouth Prowler. Yeah, the wife's gonna get it tonight. Wife's making London broil tonight. It's 1997.
Damn. I actually like London broil. London broil is delicious.
You're a 40-year-old dad. You just retired with your .com money.
I mean, shit, I'm damn near 40. I'll be 40 in like 3 years.
Your oldest son is burning up all the butter knives doing dabs. You go to Olive Garden in your Plymouth Prowler. Your wife starts stuffing breadsticks into her purse because you gave her all those big Ziploc bags for a reason. And you drive home, happily filled up with carbs, not really thinking about your kids. The future's gonna be fine, and you're just cruising into the imagined retirement that is for sure coming. But you don't go too fast, because here's the driving impressions of a Plymouth Prowler. It drives like 3 different cars all at once. It drives like a TJ Wrangler, a Grumman LLV mail truck, and a Dodge Caravan all at the same time. So if this thing drives so bad, why do people like it? Well, we'll get to that. Cool. The Wrangler characteristics come from the sloppy steering and driving position relative to the center of mass of this car. In a Wrangler, your body is closer to the rear wheels than the front wheels. And the same is true of the Prowler. You sit right in front of the rear half shafts. In fact, you can open the door, stay seated, and touch the rear wheels. That means when you do break the wide rear tires loose, it's not the tail of the car that swings out, it's you. It's like riding in the last 2 seats of a wooden roller coaster. You're like the Phoenix at Knoebels. You're getting whipped around in this thing. The Grumman LLV mail truck characteristics come from, again, the wheels. You have massive 20-inch wheels. The tire size is 295/40/20s. And the fronts are a normal 225/45/17s. The front is normal. Now, it's normal for some rear-wheel drive cars to have wider rear tires than the fronts, but not to this extreme. Also, the front wheels, or rather the front contact patch, is ever so slightly closer together than the rear wheels. Now, that wouldn't be a problem if the rear wheels weren't wide and large in all directions. And that difference in grip and the mass compounds the front end push and understeer. The Grumman LLV has the same size and wheels and tires all the way around, but the front tires are tucked in on purpose to make the turning circle smaller, so the mail truck can maneuver in tight city streets. But it makes the LLV unstable at speed. Now, that doesn't matter because it's a utility vehicle, not a sports car.
Yeah, it's a mail truck. It's never going to go more than like fucking 15 miles an hour. It's a mail truck.
But all speeds over 80 miles an hour in the Prowler, the front end starts bouncing. It gets twitchy. It's trying to lead the car, but it's also trying to wrestle control back from the dominating oversized rear wheels. I'm on the Pennsylvania Turnpike in this thing. I have both hands on the wheel. The front end is quivering like a twink on 3 white monsters who just got his collar tugged. And number 3, the Prowler drives like a Dodge Caravan, more specifically a second-gen Dodge Caravan with nothing in it and the middle and back seats removed. Those vans become bouncy castles when unladen. The front end feels normal, but the rear started acting like your one friend who gets overly dramatic and histrionic when drunk. Remember how I said at speed the front end of a Prowler fights to control the rear, who is stronger? A similar thing happens at low speeds, but the front takes the dominant role and the rear is bouncing around. That's because of 2 things. One, the sophistication of the Prowler's front suspension. It is a well-designed double A-arm setup with inboard coilovers. And the front suspension has all the travel at once because these are open-wheel cars. There's nothing to run into, and the hubs sit out in the open. But when you hit a pothole, the front suspension instantly absorbs it, and it doesn't feel serious. But when the pothole hits the rear tires, wham! True, the rear is independent as well, but it's crude. And these 20-inch wheels don't have much travel. So you don't know you've hit a serious pothole until after you've hit it. And since your body is right on the rear suspension, you feel that hit. Goes right in your ass bone. It's getting kicked like it's in a Van Damme movie. And speaking of the rear, here's how you get into the trunk.
Well, go get your fob. Oh wait, there's no button on here. It's just lock, unlock, and panic. And there's no release, there's no anything. How do you get into this? How do you get into the trunk? Well, this is what you have to do. You have to open the door. You have to come inside. And then over here, there's a lever. Does this open the trunk? No, but it's step one. You pull that, get back out, and lift up the back of the roof.
Okay.
Now, there's over here, inside, facing toward you, bring the camera over here, point where my finger is a little button. That's your trunk release. Press that,
fuck.
it's electric, and the trunk opens up clamshell size, and that's it. That's all you get. Put that down again, get in the car again, release these two latches, and by the way, you have to be very gentle with these because they don't make replacements. You break these, you messed up your roof. Get out again. The roof is, none of these were electric. They are all, wait, I'm doing something right. That comes, this comes up. By the way, this rear glass is glass. And then fold your roof down. You're supposed to buckle your roof in, but I mean, it's not going anywhere. Oh, and by the way, if this electric switch right here, if this breaks, you have a little manual loop you can pull here. I put a bracelet on it, but that will also pop your trunk. Oh, and by the way, the electric button won't work if the car is locked. So you can lock this trunk to protect stuff in. Actually, you know what? Let's do a test. Yeah, the manual override works if it's, but let's lock it. Okay, it's locked. I attempt to open it with the button, doesn't work. Now, if I open it with the manual override, will it set off the car alarm? No. Yep. Yep, sets it off. Shut up. Okay. It's not very loud. It's not a loud horn, is it?
Not really.
So if you wanted to steal stuff out of the back, you could just, and if you know that the release is there, you could just release it, reach in, grab whatever you want, plop it off, and then just walk away.
Cost of ownership. Justin was able to get this car from an old guy who kept extensive records. Not just him, but the original owner. We're technically the third. So how much did he really spend over the years?
Yep. Fuel system flush. So transmission service plus oil change plus transmission flush.
What's the mileage for the transmission flush?
88,000. So it was done about 15,000 miles ago. Customer states clunking noise in rear, suspension, diagnose and replace left rear strut assembly, road test okay. This was in 2004. Oh my goodness. Labor and parts, $1,129.10.
My God. Customer says mud flap came off.
Mud flap.
$0.
Oh, that's nothing.
Chrysler, but still, it's still something that happened. The mud flap came off.
Yeah.
They must have just screwed it back on. Trans flush.
Another one.
Huh. Do BG trans power flush. 4 exclamation points. Service completed. Quick clean and ATF 4. Real part. $185.77.
Customer says driver's side headlamp, driver's side tail lamp inoperable. Bulbs on dash. List price for player, something, $51.
Customer states, vehicle cut off while driving. Smell the burning smell. Check and advise. Will not start.
Oh boy.
Replaced alternator, replaced burnt wiring. $867.64. So it sounds like it wasn't just the alternator. It sounds like something shorted maybe.
Yeah. Customer states, water leaking in both windows. Install stops. Replace left and front weather stripping. Warranty.
I noticed that the weather stripping on the roof has a split in it.
Customer states left side tail light blowing fuses, light inoperable. Diagnose and replace tail light wiring harness, left rear tail light assembly.
Jesus.
Total parts and labor, $755.22.
Customer states dash lights inoperable. Traced and repaired open in-dash light circuit at fuse block. Total price for both was $107.86.
Many invoices.
Total cost of ownership, $7,146.76. Divided by 25 years.
Yep.
Equals, that's not that bad, $285.89.
A year.
A year.
Even
in maintenance.
Even if you doubled that, $500 a year. I mean, people blow that on one set of brakes now.
Right.
The subculture surrounding this car, I have to talk about it more. Because this is what it seems to project. Everybody who owns one of these things feels like they just arrive in life. This is a car for the ultimate male fantasy. Well, I really shouldn't exclude all genders. Everybody deserves a chance to be awesome. But this is how it plays out in people's minds with prowlers. This is going to need a separate video because I could go on for another 10 minutes. This is a terrible vehicle. It is underpowered. It is overly expensive. It is complicated. It's made with bargain basement parts, and it's no longer in production, and parts are hard to find. By all accounts, no one should like it. And in fact, when I was a young gearhead, I didn't like it. Why would I like this when the Viper exists? But I forgot something. Normal people. Gearheads aren't normal people. Normal people want something flashy, something different, something unique. They don't care what's under the hood. That's why all 11,702 Prowlers are all sold. Immediately. Maybe there were some deals in 2002, the final year, where it no longer was called a Plymouth Prowler because Plymouth didn't exist in 2002 anymore. They were called Chrysler Prowlers. But the people who are really into these cars aren't into cars. They're just into this. Isn't that weird? The engine doesn't mean anything. The weird shifting transmission doesn't mean anything. The complete impracticality of this car doesn't mean anything. This is a way to buy a personality, and this is the way to buy yourself into a friend group. But on the other hand, Dodge made this. It was a car that no one asked for. No one wants a Roadster with a roof that kind of leaks, and traction that's all weird, and a tape cassette player. And visibility that's not that fantastic. Oh yeah, and I had to take the sun visors off because it's like an NA Miata. The sun visors are in the way of your visibility, and putting the top down doesn't help. And the headlights are really close together, so the beam pattern's weird. No matter what type of exhaust you put on this thing, it doesn't sound like a V8. It just sounds like a minivan that's getting revved too hard. And yet, it is loved. But then I started to change as I drove it.
You know, oh, guy with a utility trailer. It's got auto stick, which I shall now use again. Put it in auto stick, put it in first gear, crank the wheel, put your foot down. It will spin its rear tires. First gear is very low. You know, the more I drive this car, the more I understand it. It's not meant to be good by the criteria for which we judge sports cars. It is made to be silly all the time. And it's a representation of, man, this camera's bouncing around. It's a representation of the unbridled optimism of the 1990s and Chrysler having no regard for its financial security. In the 90s, when they were flush with cash, what they should have been doing is perfecting the minivan, making, as Lee Iacocca said, more small cars that Americans want to buy. And they did do some good things. I mean, they made the Dodge Neon SRT4. That was very good. But then they just wasted money on the Plymouth Prowler, a car that nobody asked for. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I know this is shot out of order, but that was 3 consecutive stops that I spun the rear tires. I think it's hilarious that a car that only makes 250 pound-feet of torque can spin 295 series rear tires. I may be dating myself by saying that this car is powered by Dr. Seuss sound effects, but it is. Everywhere you go, it's just as you go along. You ever play a Final Fantasy game where automobiles exist, but you know none of Square Enix or whatever, who's ever running Final Fantasy these days, they cannot make a normal looking car. Every single car in Final Fantasy has to be, ooh, my nipples, That's what this is. This is a car that appears in like a Final Fantasy game. I am driving a automated mobility device. Ooh, Jesus. Sorry, I scared myself just doing that again because I forgot I'm sitting over the rear tires. And when I did that, the front of the car goes meep, 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 and I'm in the back here just getting whipped around. It is true that I had to call the Plymouth Prowler. It drives like 3 different vehicles. V6! Let's let me go! I own my own house! I'm a boomer! I'm gonna be making more videos with this because there's so much more to talk about. Please, enter this giveaway. Someone's gonna win this. It's been now almost 3 weeks with this vehicle. Have I seen another Plymouth Prowler? No. You will get approached. You will get stopped. I hated this car. I'll be honest, I hated this car when it came out. But now 25 years have passed and I understand it. And I think you'll understand it too. Click on the link in the description. Go to fanofthem.com/regularcars. Buy some limited edition merch, and you're automatically entered to win. You should enter this giveaway. When are we going to get our hands on another Plymouth Prowler?
Probably never.
And one that's in good shape.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately, most of these cars have entered garages. Yes, the Prowler craws happen, and the Facebook groups are keeping them going. I know I tease them, but they really are necessary to keep this car alive. This one has almost 100,000 miles on it, which means
shit, my fucking commuter car has more miles on it than this. It's crazy.
It's been taken care of. It's been run. You know, any gearhead will tell you that one of the most surefire.
It's been run, but it hasn't been run into the ground.
Ways to have a car, you know, rot and not survive is to not drive it. I often wonder about so many Prowlers now that this has been my car for the past 2 weeks. How many Plymouth Prowlers have just atrophied in garages? Oh, it's only got 37,000 miles. It's brand new. I know what I got. Yeah, I know what you got. You have a whole bunch of seals that have never been replaced. Everything's original on that car, so the second you try to take that machine and drive it like a real car, it's going to break down over and over again. But no, we've been just whipping this thing every single day, takes it like a champ because it's a broken in, well-maintained car. By the way, most of the people who give me thumbs up in this thing, all Wrangler drivers. I don't know what that means, but maybe you'll figure it out. Anyway, click on the link in the description. Pick up some limited edition merch at fanofthem.com/regularcars. You're helping out Regular Car Reviews continue to exist in this world of AI slop and disingenuous influencers, but RCR will continue to remain real. Thanks to you and thanks to these giveaways. Please enter this giveaway. Go to fanofthem.com/regularcars. Pick up some merch, and one lucky person is gonna get a Plymouth Prowler. You're gonna love this. Thank you. More videos on this coming soon.
This is a crazy situation right now.
Pedro Sanchez, gracias. Pedro Sanchez, Viva España, Viva España.
Do you think it will take vigilantes to actually make a difference here inside of Europe?
I'm the first vigilante here. They're gonna fear me. ¿Por qué mujeres no vinieron aquí? Mujeres en la casa, como dice en el Islam.
Now they're all coming down.
All right. I'm gonna watch this in a moment, but I need to do something real quick. I'm gonna put on some music for like 5 minutes. I'm back. All right, let's do this one. Inside the Migrant Invasion of Ceuta, Spain, by Nick Shirley. Let's dive in.
This is a crazy situation right now.
Pedro Sánchez, gracias. Pedro Sánchez, Viva España, Viva España.
Do you think it will take vigilantes to actually make a difference here inside of Europe?
I'm the first vigilante here. They're gonna fear me. ¿Por qué mujeres no vinieron aquí? Mujeres en la casa, como dice en el Islam.
Now they're all coming down, being walked down to the mountain.
Yeah, where are the women?
Right now. Here in Spain, they received over 60,000 migrants who came across from the Moroccan border into the country of Spain. This is mainland Spain right behind me. However, right now I'm heading over to Ceuta, which is actually a town in Spain. However, it is on the African continent. There's a few towns that are part of Spain that are on the African continent, and Ceuta is one of them. Literally over 60,000 migrants came across their border. And a lot of people are wondering what actually happened. So therefore, we're heading there right now to see it for ourselves. These migrants quite literally came over by the truckloads into Spain, and people are wondering if it's a coordinated attack or if it was just the Moroccans that were coming over and seeking for a better life, or
considering what they did to us when they conquered the Iberian Peninsula, I don't want them anywhere near my ancestral homeland.
If it was an actual invasion. And just recently, in April, the Prime Minister of Spain came out with a plan to give over 500,000 migrants legal status here in
Jesus Christ, bro, what the fuck?
Side of the country. Right now, we're heading over to Ceuta to see it for ourselves. We'll be speaking with the migrants themselves, with the Spaniards, and we'll even be going to the border to see what actually happened here inside this town. And right now, if you are not subscribed to the channel, we're so close to 2 million subscribers. Go ahead, hit that subscribe button, give this video a like, and now let's see what is actually happening. Here we go. Now to start, I met up with citizen vigilante by the name Mancia, who saw and predicted that the migrants were coming just days before, and now let's go see what is happening. We've arrived now, and we're here with Mancia. Mancia's from here in Spain. Right now we have a group of men right here. Look, they're covering up their faces. Eres de Morocco? You from Morocco?
No ladrones, no carteristas.
Sure you aren't.
¿Por qué vinieron aquí a España?
No hablar mucho. Trabajo.
Then you should fucking learn.
Trabajo. Trabajando, no carteristas, no ladrones. Cruzaste nadando? Nadando. Okay, okay. These people don't want to leave. They want to go to Europe. They want to go to Spain. So that's their mission here. That's why they crossed by swimming.
On July 31st was the day when quite literally 60,000 people came across. And right now, a lot of those young men have returned back to Morocco. But now you just have groups of these men walking around this town. Just like this one right here.
These groups are creating insecurity. The military are here as well. This is Morocco. He said one thing. He said, this is Morocco. One of them said, this is Morocco because they think this is Morocco, but Spain, this has been Spanish since 400 years. 400 years before Morocco.
Okay.
Got his independence. So it doesn't make any sense. But still they say this is Morocco.
Is this the first stop for most migrants to head up into the rest of Europe?
Yes, this is the main door, the main gate. Yeah.
And right now we're heading to the border. Here we go. We've made it here to the border, and a lot of these migrants are actually now going back to Morocco. So for instance, right here we have a group of Moroccans that are now going back to Morocco. So right here is where they all came into the country, and right now they're going back to Morocco.
Good. Go back.
Now there are still thousands upon thousands of migrants out inside the city, and we'll be finding them in just a moment. However, it's super important for you guys to understand exactly what happened at the border. So this is the border right now. We do have some people that are turning themselves in, and now they're saying just go back to Morocco. And it looks like you guys do have some floaties out now to stop people from coming in. Were those there before?
The thing is, I don't understand why they didn't put this before when this started. Why now? Why now? That's my question.
Do you think it was coordinated to let them all come in that day?
It's coordinated because I cannot imagine a country like Morocco, which is investing heavily in cybersecurity, in military, how these people can get out of control in this country. It's unbelievable. Nobody can believe this is not coordinated.
You guys going back to Morocco?
Yes. ¿Cuándo viniste aquí?
Ask them why they came here and what's the situation like in Morocco.
They came thinking that they will have work and food here, and there is not, so they go back.
How come everyone came in flip-flops? ¿Por qué todos vinieron aquí en chanclas?
Viva Harraga! Viva Harraga وفسحة كما العالم.
What was it like the day everyone started coming in?
Lo que sé, esto es un jaleo muy grande. Nos han hecho un alboroto total.
So now we have another person going back to Morocco.
Good.
And everyone came through. They actually closed down all the shops because they were afraid all the towns were about to get looted. So when all the migrants came over here, they thought they were going to get food, they were going to try to get jobs, but all the stores were closed. Everyone just came through the border. They swam from the Moroccan side. Those floaties weren't there at the time, so they all just swam in or walked across the border here.
They were swimming and walking through these rocks. Someone crossing.
So right now you have a group of people trying to swim in right now, and then you also have people being taken back into Morocco from the Spanish police. While people are actively trying to swim into Spain right now, you actually have them also sending the people back to Morocco at the same time. Looks like you had the Navy out here. Where were they out the day when everyone came through?
They came the day after this ship in order to provide support.
And how did you know that people were going to start crossing into Spain the day that they did? Because you came all the way from Madrid.
Yeah, I came all the way over from Madrid by car because from Monday I started to see in the news that a little amount of people was doing that, but not at this dimension. It started slowly and then got completely out of hands.
And so you saw it ahead of time, but the military and the police didn't?
Correct. That's a good point. I didn't think about that, but yes.
So you think they could have done something to stop this?
Yeah, they could did something beforehand, for sure. That's why all the Spanish people think that this was kind of coordinated.
As we get away from the border, people are still in floaties coming across. You have all these people sleeping here in the back of this shop right here, and now you have lines of people waiting to get food. What did you think when you saw all these people coming across? Would you say this was an invasion?
Yes, an invasion is armed with weapons. I think this is an occupation because they are not coming with weapons. But it's an occupation for sure. The people from Ceuta, they couldn't even eat. They couldn't even go to the supermarket for 3 days. The people of Ceuta was suffering this situation. They couldn't go to supermarket. They couldn't go to the pharmacy. They couldn't go anywhere. They couldn't go to the street because a lot of security, a lot of big groups of guys hanging out in the street.
And now we're coming upon a big group of men, and there's no woman. I haven't seen a single woman going back or coming.
1% was woman.
So here's everyone coming in right now. Looks like they're opening up shops for people to come in and get some food. Is everyone from Morocco? Todos son de Morocco? Everyone's from Morocco. ¿Y por qué vinieron aquí? Why'd you guys come here? ¿Por qué vinieron?
Like locusts.
How old are you guys? ¿Cuántos años tiene?
23. Me llamo Hamza. ¿Cuántos años? 21.
Pregúntales si estaba organizado desde Marruecos o por redes sociales.
لا لا ما قالوا الناس في التيك توك. قول لهم المغرب وما اللي فتحوا
The police in Morocco, they told them to come.
Right now we have this young kid translating for us. We just asked them if they came through because of social media and TikTok, and they just said that the Moroccan police let them in. Why'd you come here to Spain? ¿Por qué vinieron aquí a España?
Porque no tengo vivir a Marruecos.
¿Y por qué?
Porque no tengo vivir, no tengo trabajo, no tengo dinero.
The situation here is getting a little dicey right now. Everyone just comes out yelling. Nobody really knows what language. I'm speaking English, Spanish. They're speaking broken Spanish and Moroccan.
Amigo, gracias, muchas gracias.
Ahora a Londres, ¿dónde vas?
Amigo, Marruecos.
Europa.
Para Europa.
This is where a lot of the people invading Europe are coming from.
Europa, todo
¿Qué
Europa.
parte?
Nosotros todo Europa. Hasta, te digo yo, hasta Rumanía. Rusia necesita mano obra barata, Marruecos manda. Derechos humanos, no hay Marruecos, no hay derechos humanos, ¿no? Pues vamos a buscarlo. Hasta en China, derechos humanos.
You ain't gonna find no human rights in China, that's for shit sure.
So here you have a group of them that all came through from Morocco. Where are you guys going now? Paris, Londres.
See? Madrid and Barcelona. I have ancestry in both of those cities.
Barcelona.
Almania, Bruxelles, Belgica, Danemark.
Holanda.
Ya mini amal, I love you.
They want to invade Europe.
28, he's 28, 28, 21. ¿Por qué mujeres no vinieron aquí?
Mujeres a la casa, como dice en el Islam.
All these men right here, not a single woman in sight. He said something about woman in Islam. What does Islam think about women?
He was saying that Islam says that women must be kept at home.
So they leave all the wives back in their country where there's no...
You know, a man fleeing a bad situation takes his family with him. A man going to war leaves his family behind.
Money, no jobs, no food, but then they come here all by themselves?
Correct.
You as a woman, how did you feel seeing 40,000, 60,000 migrants come across the border here?
Me sentí amenazada. No podía salir con el bebé. No podíamos salir porque yo vivo en un ático, pero tengo vecinos que vivían en el primero y tenían miedo de que saltaran a las casas. Es peligroso. Porque cuando vienen en avalancha es peligroso.
How do you feel knowing that the women here feel threatened, amenazados?
I feel very, very angry. I cannot understand how we let our own woman live with fear, running to their homes with the baby. Like, I don't want to stay in the street. I go home. Thank you. I'm not gonna allow this. Any Spanish guy shouldn't allow this. If we are men, if we are real men, we should do something right now.
And you're the only one out here.
I'm the only one here from Madrid. No one didn't came with me. No one wanted to come with me.
Do you think if strong men don't stand up for countries in Europe and America, they
won't exist?
Fall?
Yes. If we don't wake up now, we will fall for sure.
Look, Islam existed on the Iberian Peninsula. They conquered almost all of it at one point. So they believe that it belongs to them still. So as far as they're concerned, they're just on a mission to reclaim territory.
This is our moment. Wake up, Europe! Wake up!
Do you think it will take vigilantes to actually make a difference here inside of Europe?
I'm the fucking first.
Sadly, probably.
Vigilante here. They're gonna fear me. I'm sick of this push. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of seeing Spanish women, running away in our fucking own country. I'm sick of this.
The police here only came after it took place. They're not reacting to the cause. They're not reacting to what actually caused it to happen.
They're not reacting. They are under the orders of the government. They cannot do anything. It's only the people in the ground, only the citizens can do something. Citizens, wake up. This is our moment. We need to wake up as citizens, as European citizens.
Now we got word that there are people up in the top of the mountain hiding from the police, so we headed to the tip top. Because of how the situation got, people left the border and they started heading up the mountain of this small city, and now they're up top here in the mountain. This is where they're sleeping and staying away from the authorities up here on the top of these mountains. They're coming down right now. You have a group of them coming through right here, and this is where they're sleeping to stay away from the authorities. Right there, they had that man running away. So they're staying up here inside of the mountain, and then they're staying away from the authorities. There's another one coming out of the mountain right there. And now the military's coming through right now. Military just came through, yelled at the person, now they're running back up into the mountain. Look, now there's another one coming through the mountain right here. Everyone's just coming out, popping out of this mountain right now. 2 guys right there, another guy right there, another guy right there. 3 guys just popped out of the mountain. And this guy just ran right into the bush. And the other guys who just ducked out of the mountain just came and jumped into this brush right here. Morocco? Barcelona? So now all these guys are just coming out of the mountain. They can't get food, but they all have cigarettes somehow. ¿Qué pasó aquí?
ضربونا با الله اكبر اشهد ان لا اله الا الله واشهد ان محمد رسول الله قوله.
No. And right now they have people going on runs with sticks to fight off anybody that potentially comes their way. That's how crazy it's getting right now here. Yeah, people living up here in the mountains. There's 20 people living behind that bush right there. These guys are all going to Madrid, and runners are running around with sticks to hit anyone if they try to attack them on their run.
Yeah.
In Spain, are you guys able to have guns? Can you own a gun?
No, it's forbidden. But military people and police, they have their own guns, and I know a lot of people here is bringing their personal weapons.
So if you're like that runner right there who doesn't have a gun, you're carrying a stick.
Yeah, correct. He's carrying a stick. A lot of people is carrying sticks. Groups of local people with sticks everywhere. Everyone, for security reasons, man.
Wow, so not guns, but sticks.
Yeah, not guns but sticks, like in the medieval.
Welcome to Europe.
Welcome to Europe. Welcome to the medieval age.
Why do you think your politicians are allowing this to happen?
If they allow this to become the third world, they know, people in power, they know that they will be able to do whatever they want. They will increase their power, because a ruler in the third world is a real ruler.
And so you're saying in a first world country where there's order, that way the politicians can't take that much power.
Yeah.
Because there is order.
The thing here is that people in power know that if they become this the third world, they will increase their power and their money even more. That's the thing, because they can control the society in an easier way. Mm-hmm. I mean, if you keep this full of third worlders, you can do whatever you want if you are in power.
And your prime minister right now, according to Polymarket, he has the second best odds of becoming the prime minister again, but his odds are very low on Polymarket. But your prime minister just created a way for over 500,000 migrants to get legal status here inside of Spain. Do you think your prime minister Sanchez is trying to up his odds and his probability of becoming the prime minister once again by importing all these migrants?
Yeah, because he knows that he has a strategy, a very clear strategy. He gets the money from the taxes from the working people in Spain, and he gives away some help to these migrants, and then he easily can get both
kickbacks
and votes. Basically buying votes. Basically buying votes. That's all about that. It's all about power and money. People in church only want to have more power and more money, and the easiest way to do it is to fill this country with
to import a bunch of third world voters.
So right now on Polymarket, Pedro Sanchez actually has a very low probability of winning this election, but he has created a way for over 500,000 migrants to get legal status here inside of Spain, and then they'd be able to vote. As we're driving through town, all the shops are closed down right now. This shop's closed. This shop's closed. We have the shop owner right here standing outside of his store. The military's coming through the streets right now. This shop's closed. This shop's closed.
Pharmacy.
This shop's closed. All the shops here in downtown are closed right now. You had one shop that was open and the shop owner was standing outside of it.
All of the businesses closed, because they don't want to be robbed.
Now we're at a cemetery, and here at this cemetery, you have a group of migrants who have taken the cemetery. There's a fountain over there, a fountain over here, and a fountain down below. They're using the cemetery to shower and clean out all
They're desecrating fucking graves.
their clothes. So this is quite literally where they're showering. They're using the cemetery to shower. Kind of a representation of what's actually happening here. The people died for this country, and now you have migrants that are showering on their graves. Kind of crazy to think about. You as a man from Spain, to see that migrants are now showering on the dead graves of people who died for Spain, how does that make you feel?
If my ancestors, these are my ancestors. These, all of them, are my ancestors. If they wake up, they will say, this is insane, this is insane. Send them
back
immediately. Immediately.
And now right here, it looks like the military has grabbed a group of the guys that were up in the mountain. Now they're all coming down, being walked down the mountain right now. And once again, not a single woman in sight. This all just a group of men right here, all being
invaders. It's an invasion.
Escorted down the mountain from the Spanish military. There's another group back there as well. And right here in the mountains, we have another group of people who are getting pushed down the mountain from the Spanish military. It looks like the Spanish military, the Spaniards, are starting to do something about this migrant crisis. It has gotten really, really bad. All these people are now fleeing, coming down the mountain, being pushed down from the Spanish military, and the police are coming up right now. As the police made a push to get everyone down the mountain, due to the sheer amount of people that crossed into the country when they opened up the gates, there were so many people and so many children that entered, we headed to a camp where there were tons of abandoned children. Familia?
No, familia.
¿Cuántas personas vinieron con usted? How many people came with you? Why'd you come here? ¿Por qué vinieron aquí? Why'd you come?
Quieren ir a España, sí, a Madrid, Barcelona, cualquier sitio.
How old are these kids right here?
15, 16, 18, 14.
15, 14,
too old.
15 years old. And where are their parents?
Están en Marruecos. Cada uno a su cosa.
Are you guys nervous?
Tranquilo, tranquilo.
Lamine Yamal or Ronaldo?
Ronaldo. ما كاين لا لامين يامال لا رونالدو. الوالدة تعيش الوالدة.
I didn't know what questions to ask him. I was like, Lamine Yamal or Ronaldo?
Adiós.
Adiós. How old are you guys?
Me llamo Anas, 21, soy Marruecos, no trabajo, no.
Viva España.
15.
You're 15 years old.
15 years.
Sus padres?
Español.
Papá y mamá في Marruecos.
No papa, no mama.
عمري كانت ساكن في فاس جينا لهنا باش نمشيو اسبانيا.
موراكو is beautiful. احنا الدراري ديالنا ما عندهمش مستقبل ما فهمتيني.
So here they're all showering. This is where these guys have set up. They're showering out of these buckets right here. It's actually really sad to see this. This is how they're cleaning their clothes. This is where these guys are getting their water at to shower. They're showering out of buckets right now. They're getting it from this pipe underneath the street right now. And they're all showering, washing their clothes out of this bucket. It's actually just really sad to see that this is what the situation's like here at the border of Spain and Morocco. They're using laundry detergent for shampoo. We finally found our first two women here this whole entire video. How come you came to Spain?
Pedro Sanchez.
Pedro Sanchez good?
Sanchez good. Viva España. Viva España. Viva España. No Morocco.
How old are you?
17.
He's 17 years old.
17.
And 15.
Morocco no trabajo, no school.
So all these guys here, like Pedro Sanchez, a lot of people are saying that he's the reason why all this is happening. And these are the first women we've seen this entire video. Why flip-flops? Everyone's got flip-flops. To swim. We found out where they're all living. 13 years old. So all these kids are coming over here. 13 years old. This kid's 14. And they're all here by themselves.
Menores.
Y padres, mamá, mamá, papá.
No, mamá, no papá.
No trabajo, no tengo.
No, Marruecos للشارع. الشارع الخامر.
Tell me why these miscreants have to be Spain's problem.
Mamá, España.
So now we came in this spot. This is where all the kids came over. I have no idea what they're saying. ¿Qué está la situación en Morocco?
No trabajan, No school, no hospitality, no school, no AIDS, no AIDS.
No food, no eat.
No AIDS.
No more.
Yeah, vamos. All right. I'm putting a lot of trust in these kids right here. Wow, this is where they're all at down here. This is between the border of Morocco and Spain now. We're literally right by the border wall. The border's right there. ¿Qué pasa? Look, these people are just getting shade underneath the cars. This is how bad the situation is right now. The kids are here, quite literally doing anything just to get shade right now. No food, no water. The police are down here. ¿Quién habla español? Español. All right, we're looking for someone who speaks Spanish. This is a crazy situation right now. I'm looking for someone to speak Spanish. No one speaks Spanish. Everyone's saying over here they speak Spanish, but no one speaks Spanish.
Spalion, Dima, viva los Spalion.
I have no idea what's going on. Pedro Sanchez.
Pedro Sanchez, gracias.
Pedro Sanchez.
Viva España, viva España. Viva España. Fanatic, solo fanatic.
كيزا باي باي تريد تحياتي تريد رينكون حومة الزاوية
فيفا لو روا دو اسبانيا
ولد سلا تحياتي ولد سلا
تحياتي تريد رينكون حومة الزاوية نواسي تحياتي نواسي حومة الزاوية
¿Quién habla español?
واحد ما كيدوي اسبانيا
We're picking up quite the crowd right here.
I love you, Pedro Sanchez. Pedro Sanchez, I love you.
English? Yo hablo English. Why'd you guys come here to Spain?
For better chances, better opportunities. We were not working in Morocco.
So you want to suck off of Spain?
We came.
You came?
Everyone came and we came.
How many of you came? How many?
Pedro Sanchez.
Me and my friends were like four. We're four.
Four of you guys came. And what do you guys think about Pedro Sanchez?
Pedro Sanchez, قول له راجل مزيان. قول له
Pedro Sanchez.
Good, very good.
Bueno. Mucho bueno.
Mucho bueno. Gracias.
Viva Pedro Sanchez.
Viva, bravo. Pedro Sanchez, I love you.
And what do you where are you going now?
We can't go nowhere right now. They should take us somewhere.
Where do you want to go?
Spain.
What part?
I don't know.
And how old are you? How old are you?
Send your ass back to Morocco where the fuck you belong.
17.
17 years old. And what do you want to do with your life? What do you want to do for work?
I want to study. I want to finish my studies in Spain.
In Spain?
Yeah.
And after Spain, where do you want to go?
I'm not sure. I just want to go to Spain right now.
And
this is the goal right now.
And how do you plan to get out of Quetta? How are you going to leave? In a boat?
Through asylum.
Through asylum?
Yeah.
And what are you fleeing in Morocco? What is life in danger in Morocco, or how come you want to leave?
You want my opinions on Morocco? I can't say that. It's tough. It's tough.
Are people dying there? Is it dangerous?
People are dying, yes, of course. People are dying from hunger, from not enough work opportunities.
Wow, so right here we have people just sharing water. Like, this situation is so bad right here right now. No one even knows. Señor, ¿hablas español?
Sí, hablo español.
English? Oh, how are you? Good. Where are you from?
I came from Paris.
You came from Paris?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you
I'm
a
journalist.
Yeah. And what do you think about what's going on here?
It's horrible.
It's very bad.
It's very bad. Very, very bad. So bad. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. And how come you think they allowed this to happen?
Sorry?
How come you think they allowed this to happen?
Really, I don't know. I'm shocked.
Yeah.
Really, I'm shocked.
He's a fellow journalist right here, and he's shocked.
Yeah.
This is a extremely dire situation. Lots of young people.
Yes.
These kids are all 14, 15 years old.
15, 12, 10, 8 years. I saw 8 years. It's really horrible.
An 8-year-old.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
I can't talk.
Okay. Look, now we got people throwing clothes. I then headed to the center of the town with the citizen vigilante Mancia. However, within minutes we were chased out. So now people here to feel safe, they're walking around with their dogs because Muslims do not like dogs. Watch out, watch out, watch out.
See, look
now we got
how
people
they
throwing
come.
stuff at us.
Fucking savages.
¿Qué hizo? Look, he's got the rocks now. He's throwing rocks. Oh shit. They're throwing rocks. No. Look, now we're getting chased. He has a knife. He has a knife. He's got a knife. He's got a knife. Just like that, we have finished our mission here in Spain. We showed you guys the truth of what was actually going on, and we finished with a knife. We finished with a knife chase down the hill, and then got escorted back up to our car from the Spanish police. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and consider subscribing. We're so close to 2 million subscribers. This is Nick.
Come on, T-Mobile. That's weird.
See you guys next video.
Wait, I'm not subscribed? Oh, okay. Yeah, collab.
This Russian military training clip has been...
Okay. Let's see. I want to do this one too.
Go ahead and put your...
This is a short one. I heard a little something about this. Yeah, but you know, eight in a lot of those cultures, 8 is already kind of close to adulthood if you're a male. And I don't care how old they are, they shouldn't be fucking coming into my ancestral homeland and fucking it up. Alright, now this is something that I heard about. But I'm gonna get the facts from Charlie. This shouldn't have happened by Penguin Zero. Let's check it out.
Go ahead and put your angry face on real quick. We're going to give that puppy a workout. We're going to put that to good use. Because what I want to yap about right now, I find to be an extremely infuriating story.
Yeah, from what I've heard, I'm already angry about this.
Swatting.
Swatting should be swatting should be like automatic fucking at least minimum 20 years in jail. When you swat somebody, you are possibly killing them because you're sending the SWAT team to their house. The SWAT team is coming. They're coming with guns and shit. You're possibly creating a situation in which there could be lives lost, either police lives and or the life of the person you're trying to SWAT. It should be an extremely serious fucking crime.
I'm confident everyone knows what that term is. You don't even have to be online overly often to be familiar with swatting. This is some brand new phenomenon, some like mystifying new piece of tech, like the blockchain or something, the non-fungible token of fake calls to the police department. Swatting has been a thing for the better part of 2 decades, so I would expect pretty much everyone in law enforcement would at least be familiar with the term and know how to handle it, being privy to it. But I guess that's not exactly the case here, because the story I'm about to talk about is one where a victim knew that he was about to be targeted for a swatting incident, informed the police that this bogus call...
And yes, I did, like, I heard some of the facts of this somewhere, where like he basically called and was like, "Hey, I think I'm gonna be swatted. You know, it's you know, it's not really a fucking issue. Blah 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 blah."
It's coming. It's a load of barnacles. Told the police. They were aware of it. 2 days later, that call comes through, the fake one, and still the police show up immediately bust down the glass, just break the glass like it got hit by a torpedo, and then just mag dump on the guy, unload on him, paralyzing him.
You're told from a young age,
believing in the system.
We want to be able to go to them for protection.
If you're in trouble, call the police. And that's what 24-year-old Axel Melendez did on April 8th.
911, what is the address of your emergency?
Axel is a video gamer. He had been hacked.
Melendez's attorney, Dave Sethi, says Axel called 911 saying he could soon be a victim of swatting, blackmailed by a stranger overseas for money.
They're saying that they're going to call like the station and say that I have a bomb and stuff and come to my address and stuff like that.
The police tell him, don't worry about it.
No, it's okay, but they can't, like, nothing's going to happen.
He did legitimately everything right. When he became aware that this was...
That operator should have some sort of consequences, because she assured him everything's going to be all right, and everything was not fucking all right.
The possibility, he instantly called the local law enforcement to inform them, like, hey guys, look, this is something that might happen, told them the entirety of the situation and everything around it, and was assured that nothing's going to happen and everything was going to be all right if they did try and put in that kind of, you know, horseradish. Axel was playing Rust when another player asked for access to his computer to check that he wasn't using any cheats. So this was, I guess, like a cheat check in Rust, which I'm not super familiar with the competitive side of Rust. I've only ever played on like the RP servers and like the goofy shit. But I know in other games this is something that the community sometimes does with like PC checks to ensure like legitimate play, no cheating. In this case, when he gave that access to this individual, then he noticed that several of his accounts, including his Gmail, had been logged into, so he started changing passwords, and then got a call from someone in Sweden threatening to file a false emergency report against him. That's the swatting threat. And immediately upon hearing that, he went to 911 to report it, to try and ensure that should this come through, they know that it's not actually an emergency.
And again, the 911 dispatcher assured him nothing's going to happen.
Urgency. And when he told them, the dispatcher assured him nothing's going to happen. And
yeah, I don't care how fucking competitive a game is, I ain't giving you access to my motherfucking computer. You could suck my asshole, bitch.
Then they got a suspicious call hours later, determined it was false, and told Melendez he should be all right, according to his notice of claim. The deputy also told him someone from the sheriff's department would contact him again if they got another SWAT call. From the sound of things, there's at least one person in that department with neurons that are activating, so they apparently did get a suspicious call hours later after he made contact with them. They determined it was, you know, fish paste, and informed him of it, and that should be all right, and that if anything else comes through, they'll alert him. But I guess they just decided to wipe their ass with that, or they fired that one guy there who actually understood swatting. What do you mean you were actually thinking? Give me your badge and your gun, son. You're fucking out of here. We don't do that at this precinct.
And 2 days later...
Hey, is this Axel?
Yes.
Hi, okay, you said that your father shot your sister?
At 5:40 in the morning, a 911 call from someone posing as Axel Melendez reporting an active shooting. Pima County Sheriff's deputies arrived at the Melendez house, thinking a girl had been shot.
I really hope they catch this worm here. This is just so fucking degenerate. This is some heinous...
And yeah, we need to extradite this fuck. The fact that he was in another fucking country should not fucking protect him.
Shit. So he again places this swatting call. This time he's pretending to be Axel and is impersonating him and putting in this report about how the sister's been killed by the father. It's the dire situation. And now the authorities roll up and they're like saying that they're there outside, but they've also already got their guns drawn and immediately grab a shovel to break the glass. Like there was never any time for Axel to even like begin to engage with them prior to them just blowing up the glass like a torpedo. Like, what's he supposed to do? Like, parry it and try and explain everything in, like, a split second? And I'm assuming he also never got the call from the department that they promised he'd be getting should another swatting call come through, which really surprises me because they already, I imagine, have documented, like a documented case about, like, this fraudulent call that they deemed to be false 2 days ago. why would that not be alerted to them in their system when another one comes through as like a flag, is like, oh, look at this, there's some very recent history. Only 48 hours ago, there was a false swatting attempt on this address. Maybe we should take this one with a grain of salt. Like, sure, go investigate it, do your due diligence, but why do you have to go in guns blazing and blow up the door? Like, before ever even trying to make contact with Axel, like you said you would, about, like, calling him. Maybe they did try and call him and he didn't answer them. I guess that's possible, but even still, like, knock on the door or something, or try and communicate from outside the premises, which I have seen plenty of body cams of officers doing just that, even in very tense situations. Like, just hooting and hollering from outside of a house, it's very unlikely that the residents are even going to hear you. Like, Axel probably, there's a good chance he'd be playing a video game. Anyone else in the house, good chance they're maybe like watching TV, cooking or something. Like, very rarely are people in a home in just pure fucking silence in a meditative state or something that they'll hear you out.
Yeah. And, you know, considering the police already had, like, on record that this guy was going to be swatted, that should have been in the notes before they dispatched the whole fucking tactical unit out.
Outside in the driveway, identifying yourself. Like, that's not really giving them ample opportunity to, like, engage with this and explain what's going on or anything. So, like, he did nothing wrong. He had already called them to alert them about the swatting. They had already determined at least one of them to be false 2 days ago. Why the fuck weren't they affording him the courtesy of at least calling and checking if is this one real? Or, like, at least giving him a chance to, like, say, like, hey, no, this is also false. It's crazy to me that they instantly just went to fucking turbo mode here.
Axel is justifiably relying on the promises that the police gave to him.
In this body camera video from that response, a deputy breaks a back window into Axel's room. You can hear Melendez in the video screaming for help. His mother also inside the home calling 911, the two not knowing who was breaking in.
And he gets his family's legal registered handgun and he cowers behind a door hiding.
You can see Melendez hiding in the closet, not pointing the gun at the deputies, but that's followed by multiple shots.
That's exactly how any sensible person would handle something like this, where all of a sudden your window just gets caved in, it just gets blasted out like you've been hit by a missile, like you're under siege here. So naturally you're going to go and get something to defend yourself.
Yeah. You know, if I'm chilling in my house and I hear glass break, I'm grabbing a machete.
You don't know who it is. He has no idea these are officers that are doing that, because they've just showed up, they've said like a little bit from outside the house and then just blew up this window to gain entry now. Again, he didn't know who it was that was doing that. He believed that someone connected to the hackers was breaking in, which makes a lot of sense, because who would possibly expect the police to be rolling up like this, like the fucking Pinkertons here, especially after he had already contacted them.
Yeah, again, he had already contacted them before
2 days prior and was assured nothing was going to happen, and even if these calls came in, everything should be all right, and a previous swatting attempt on him was already thwarted by the officers, so like he had every reason to believe that the officers wouldn't be doing some shit like this. So it makes sense that he would go get a gun to defend himself, but he never even, like, returned fire or shot or anything like that, never even pointed the gun at him. They saw his leg from that closet and instantly just started shooting him. He got shot 8 times in multiple...
8 fucking times, Jesus Christ.
Locations, one of them being the spine, causing paralysis from the chest down.
I walked towards my son. He was on the floor. I walked towards him. He said, I love you, Mom.
His mother, Carmen, watched as her son bled on the floor.
Axel did everything right. Less than 2 days later, they show up and betray every promise they made to him.
The bullet struck various parts of Melendez's body. leaving him paralyzed from the chest down with a T4 spinal cord injury, unable to walk.
Now this statement here, in the end, Axel was the victim of nearly deadly incompetence performed by the very law enforcement
Yes, deadly incompetence
agency that promised to protect him. It's an inexcusable tragedy that has left Axel physically and emotionally wounded and his mother terrified to be at a home in a community she had before considered safe. That might sound harsh, especially when obviously the main fault lies with the person that put in the swatting call in the first place.
Oh, 100%. But the cops also have fucking fault in this too, because they fucking dropped the ball huge.
I do think these swatting calls should carry attempted murder charges.
Yes, 100%. At least attempted murder.
1000%. These are extremely serious things. But they are completely correct that the law enforcement agency, the way they handled this, is beyond incompetent. Pretty much across the board here, a very important piece of this is that the 911 call on April 10th that led to this was actually routed through the city's non-emergency 311 line from that person claiming to be Melendez, saying that the father...
Yeah, I don't know what town or city this is, but my city has a 311 line. 311 is for like emergency. 311 is like, is there street cleaning today? Is there garbage pickup? Not, oh shit, someone's shooting. That's why we have 911, dipshit.
Had shot their sister and was hiding in another room. So, as he says here, no one calls 311 for a shooting. That's exactly right. How this even made it to a response from the law enforcement agency is kind of a surprise to me, because no one's calling the non-emergency line for an active shooting situation where someone has been fucking murdered. And especially, like, let's say that did happen here, and then they go to 911. Well, you would still have on file the documented case
yes,
from only 2 days ago of a failed swatting attempt on that same address. And you also have Axel himself alerting the authorities to it, which I imagine they made notes of, right? I imagine they did their due diligence to flag that in their system as like a potential thing to be aware of. So how the fuck would a 311 call, so how the fuck could this call have ever even passed the smell test to reach?
Yeah, again, this is what I'm talking about, gross incompetence.
That point where they send the officers out.
It's like they fucked up on multiple levels here.
Guns blazing. Like, I understand in like a serious call, like if you think it's credible sending the officers out there, but like since you have this on file, maybe go there with the intent to like investigate first, investigate instead of like shoot first, ask questions later.
At the end of the day, the ultimate responsibility is by the criminal who swatted the victim. But law enforcement has to rise to the call and look at crime is changing.
John Iannarelli, a retired FBI special agent, says from the current information, there was a misstep. And as swatting calls become more and more frequent, responding law enforcement needs to take the minute to think before reacting and to check to see if this is a known swatting target. A life lesson you learn from a young age.
We tell our kids, find the helpers in your community.
Melendez now regrets putting to use.
It's crazy that even needs to be a lesson that the agencies need to be taught to think first. Wow, that's a crazy concept.
I know.
Yeah, maybe use a little bit of brain power, a bit of elbow grease instead of just going Neanderthal mode on shit.
Fucking mind
That is something very important that I guess was lacking here. Fucking baffling to me, man. This was so easily avoidable. Like,
it really was.
Ultimately, the biggest criminal here is the swatter, and I can only sit here, fingers crossed, hoping that they do catch that piece of shit and throw him in jail for life. But the response from the authorities here was something that they had complete control over in how they handle this, especially given what happened 2 days prior to this tragedy. They had all of the information right at their fingertips and just chose to ignore it and not even look at it before rolling up here. They didn't even think, and they didn't even go and look at like the previous...
And by the way, I would honestly think he's suffering a fate worse than death. Like, being paralyzed, especially at such a young age, he will never be independent. He will never not have to rely on a wheelchair, on a caregiver. He will never know true freedom ever again. He is trapped in that crippled body for the duration of his natural life. I personally would rather just be fucking killed.
Reports of this address. If they did, I feel like this would have went entirely differently. I don't think they would have just broken that window, ready, fingers on the trigger. Like, it's so sad, man. It really is just so fucking sad. And it is incompetence from this department.
Yeah, so Axel and his mother are asking for a total of $320 million from Pima County Sheriff's Department and also Pima County. Now, right now, the county and the Sheriff's Department have 60 days to respond to this. We have reached out to the Sheriff's Department today and his office, and they said right now the sheriff does not comment on pending litigation.
Naturally, of course, that sheriff is way too busy investigating reports of a refrigerator running. I hope Axel and his family get every fucking penny here that they're asking for. I think they should get an unbelievable amount of monetary compensation. His life is forever ruined from this.
Yes, it is. Ruined. His life is ruined.
He'll have to rely on lifelong, around-the-clock care for the rest of his life. That is just...
Yeah. He has zero chance of ever leading an independent life, of ever being a truly free human being, because he will always be shackled to something, a wheelchair, caregivers, medical devices. He will never be able to just do whatever he wants, go wherever he wants.
In what is very preventable. Just so fucking sad, man. It really is. Anyway, just wanted to yap about that. Wishing Axel and his family the best. Yes. Hoping that they catch the swatter here. And, yeah, that's really about it. See ya.
Bye now. Alright. Let's see, we got any other short ones? I want to do this one on fighter jets, but this shit is 50 fucking minutes. So, let's see, we did a lot of these. Okay, I'm gonna try for these two, and we may pull shoot, depending on... Oh, I know this guy. I thought... Did he change his name? Or is this a new channel? Maybe he changed his name. Okay. Actually... Hold on one second. First of all, let me go use the bathroom before I can't think straight. I'll be right back. All right, we are back. Now actually, I want to try to figure out some of these, so we're gonna do this. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Could have sworn I added this to the playlist, but apparently I'm retarded. Alright, so also a nice short video. I tend to kind of drift off on some of the longer videos because I'm not feeling super great. Yeah, and look, I'm gonna say this. Hold on, let me clickety click this. I'm gonna say this as someone. Hopefully you're all right. Well, your comment already went off the screen, but I'm gonna repeat your comment. On one hand, you get to have fun in a wheelchair. On the other hand, you never get to enjoy things like running, swimming, and sex. And 100% true. As someone who has a spine injury, like I injured my spine, God, how long ago? What are we in 2026? 14 years ago. Um, it is. It sucks. Um, I don't do things like I used to anymore because I have a bad back now, and I can't. And in this, it's not even full paralysis. It's just like an injured spine, and you get some nerve damage and shit, and blah 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 blah. Um, it sucks, and I can only imagine how much it would suck to lose, like, to be paralyzed from the waist down. Like, you know, yeah, you get to like park in a handicap space, and you get to have a wheelchair, but then the moment you want to go somewhere that only has stairs, you're asked out. The moment you want to, you know, do something physical, you're screwed. All right, this is a 12-minute video, so we're gonna do this next because I've got literally less than 2 hours left in my shift, and the rest of this is gonna be for Friday night. Because I doubt any of my favorite creators are gonna come up with stuff for Friday night, and I may do something on Thursday night, even if it's an offline react to some stuff. But I may do something on Thursday night because I'm gonna try to bust my ass tomorrow and get like all my bullshit taken care of, so that I can have Thursday to relax. But you know what they say about best laid plans. Now I watched the first like minute or so of this, and I so well pre-watched. I don't know about my favorite, but I really do like Red Eyes Black Dragon. It definitely is a really cool Yu-Gi-Oh card. Um, and so I got the first one right, so I kind of wanted to see like how many more I could get right on stream. So yeah, I only watched the first like minute or so into this, so I think it still counts. This is 21 Yu-Gi-Oh cards that no longer exist by Team APS.
This video is all about Yu-Gi-Oh cards that don't exist anymore. Well, That's a lie. Sort of. These are all the major Yu-Gi-Oh cards that got their names changed over the years. This usually happens for one of three big reasons.
Either they're adding a card to an archetype, taking away a card from an archetype. A card is either like they now spell the card differently, or for example, elemental hero monsters are now the hero is in all caps, or they have to censor the name. 99% chance no stream tomorrow, unless like I somehow miraculously get through everything I gotta do. But I would say it's a very safe bet to say no stream tomorrow. It's definitely something I would put money on Kalshi if such a thing existed.
The first is that there was a typo in the card name. In a game,
or and it could be a typo, or they just what is it? Like reformatted the way the card is spelled. For example, the aforementioned elemental heroes. The original printing, hero was just printed like any other word. And I think because like it technically included like 2 other cards, they decided to just make hero in all caps and reprint all the cards with the hero in elemental hero or evil hero or destiny hero in all caps, and that became like the archetype.
Yu-Gi-Oh, where hundreds of new cards are coming out every few months, it's easy for some cards to slip through the cracks. Like for example, did you know the original printing of Blackwing the Armed Wing just randomly had an extra space between Blackwing and Armed?
Now, I wonder if that was when someone was typing up the card, if they accidentally hit, double space, or if like maybe there was some soda or something underneath the fucking keyboard. And like sometimes when you have like a dirty keyboard, it'll double type the key when the key is a little bit dirty. I wonder if a little bit of soda in the keyboard caused a whole bunch of cards to have a fucking wrong printing.
Neither did I until I was doing research for this video. And Yu-Gi-Oh's got loads of these. I actually won't be going over most of them in this video since there's way too many to count, and they're usually just something with capitalization or punctuation or whatever. The second reason is when they change a name for censorship reasons. Basically softening the language from something dark or edgy into something a little more PG. Yu-Gi-Oh packs do say it's a game for ages 6 and up, so I guess.
Yeah, but if you've ever played the game, it's actually a game for law school graduates.
That's fair. And last but definitely not least is when they have to change a card's name to actually change its functionality.
Either removing or adding a card to an archetype, typically.
Usually this means the card accidentally ended up working.
For example, the card Slime Toad used to be known as Frog the Jam
in an unintended archetype, but the inverse could also be true. Sometimes cards get changed to become part of an archetype that came out later. These are some
like, for example, the Book of Secret Arts became Spell Book of Secret Arts because it was. Now I'm almost certain this is true. This way it could be included in the spellbook series, which I mean makes sense. It is a spellbook.
Most interesting.
Although it's like the weakest, crappiest card in the archetype, but I mean it is a card in the archetype, I guess.
Ones we'll be talking about. All right, that's the intro. Let's explore some long-lost Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Our very first card is also one of the most infamous name changes in the history of.
And this is the one I got correctly.
Game. It's after genocide.
I know because it's one of the few cards that really have like a dark name and this is one of the cards I want to get my hands on. Not even because it's a good card, but just because it just looks cool. Like it's got a dark image, a dark name. It's just a cool card. After genocide.
A card that actually.
I believe it became named after the struggle.
It came out in my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh set of all time, Legacy of Darkness.
I don't know what my favorite You know what? I kind of gotta say it. Invasion of Chaos. If we're gonna pick, especially like if we're gonna go like with an old school set, Invasion of Chaos released so many cards that just made my deck the deck it was supposed to be. Invasion of Chaos is a fucking expansion of the Yu-Gi-Oh trading card game that is truly dear to my heart. I believe it was Terra King Salmon. My very first actual boss monster, Leviathan Dragon Daedalus. Like not just a monster with high attacks, but like an actual like monster I can try to summon and do something cool with to win the game. The Cannonball Spear Shellfish, Orca Mega Fortress of Darkness. So many cool cards came out in Invasion of Chaos, and that was when my deck really took shape. Because like I played Yu-Gi-Oh from the time it came out until now. I still technically play the paper card game. I don't go to locals anymore because I don't want to spend my Monday nights spending time driving to and from Long Island to spend $10 to go 0-3. When I can just sit at home naked in my bed and play Master Duel on my iPad for the same experience, and I might actually win some games there. Like, but I do play the paper card game with friends, and I do collect the paper cards. Like the ones I like, not all of them, but like, anything related to Umi, Water, Blue Eyes White Dragon, Red Eyes Black Dragon, Dark Magician, and a lot of this shit related to like the first series and stuff. But I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh since the game came out. In fact, when Yu-Gi-Oh came to American shores back in like March of 2002, the day it came out and was officially released in America, I walked as far as I possibly could for my what was I, 11, 12 years old at the time, to try to find cards. No shop was selling them yet, but I tried. I wound up getting them like a week later when I guess they finally like came in and I got my first starter deck and stuff. But I've been playing the game ever since. And like if I had to pick a singular set that is like my favorite, it has to be Invasion of Chaos. Like it just Invasion of Chaos sharpened my deck into not just like a random assortment of water monsters and shit, but into like a real, legitimate, the foundations of an actual strategy more than just play a bunch of monsters that have the same attributes and hope for the best.
But anyway, you probably know where this is headed. Genocide is a very heavy concept to be referencing in a kid's game, so they quickly changed the name to After the Struggle. I think this one makes sense, but what you probably didn't know is that they actually changed the capitalization on the word the. In the first reprint, it's lowercase. In the second reprint, it's uppercase. But now, in the current Yu-Gi-Oh card database, it's back to being lowercase.
Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh does that a lot with like reprinting shit and like if you look at a lot of especially older Yu-Gi-Oh cards, they'll have like 4 or 5 erratas because like the card will be printed and then the text will be, and this is again this is a lot for older Yu-Gi-Oh cards, because I think it was in like 2011, 2012, they came out with problem solving card text where they finally, after like a fucking decade of play, finally standardized the way card effect text was written. Because before then, it was just kind of all over the place. And I call problem solving card text problem causing card text. Because, and especially when you consider like so many cards had so many different printings where like sometimes they would like shorten an effect, like not even changing the effect, but just like saying it in less words, and that itself wasn't errata because it's a different printing. it's a different, in that little box, the text is different than in this little box of the same card. So you have to have it, in the database as an errata. And so this really is a pain in the ass when you're trying to buy a card, especially if you're trying to buy like a very specific version of a card. Magic the Gathering has this too because they reprint a lot of their cards. I remember, like, I had to buy it like 3 times online before I finally got the right one because I wanted one with a black border instead of a white border. Again, these are things I don't miss about paper card games, considering I've moved all of my competitive play to the digital card games. Like, if I play Pokemon, Magic the Gathering, or Yu-Gi-Oh! As a card game, it's more than likely going to be the digital version because, well, one, I don't want to get price gouged because they all have very expensive cards that you kind of need if you want to win. And I would honestly just rather play the fucking digital game than play cardboard lottery.
I don't know. The point is, genocide is bad. We're moving on from this. The next card's Amazon Archer, or as
it was Amazonis Archer, and then I believe it became Amazon Archer because it was Amazonis, it didn't it did either Amazon, no, it was Amazon Archer, and then they changed it to Amazonis Archer because Amazonis was the name of the archetype, and Amazon Archer technically didn't work with the Amazon support cards.
later renamed Amazoness Archer. Basically, this is just a change meant to add the card into the Amazoness archetype when that became a more established thing.
Yeah, because at first the Amazoness cards were like 3 cards. Okay, that's fine, Red. This may or may not be my final react of the night, just because I am a little bit tired, and I do also like, I can't just end stream like 5 minutes before my relief comes because I gotta pack shit up, and I don't have a fast speed anymore because of my spine injury. So like, it sometimes takes me 2 or 3 trips to the car to get everything back and packed, and I want to have everything packed so I can bring it home because I have my 2 days off after tonight, which is why I probably won't be streaming because I usually stream when I'm at work, to just kind of double dip my time because retardedly I decided to start streaming at 35 instead of 25 like normal fucking people. But we, it is what it is. We're gonna make do with what we got. But so I try to stream when I'm at work because lucky enough I can do that here. As long as we, on the one occasion we deal with like whatever bullshit does happen to pop up during my shift. Like that one time a couple of nights ago during the Fat Electrician React when I had to like disappear for, 30 minutes as I went to another site like a couple of miles down the road and checked if a coworker was there. But so yeah, let's finish this.
I will add though, this card's effect doesn't really have much to do with Amazonis. To be fair, most of the early Amazonis cards didn't really have cohesive effects, so
yeah, they were just kind of like effect cards that were kind of good in like, not that they were good together, but they just like they did work together, but they weren't meant to work together. Yeah, it wasn't until Amazonis got like its, I think, 3rd or 4th wave of support that it actually became really cohesive.
I guess it's alright. Still, as you'll notice with later cards in the list that joined archetypes, Archer now gets the benefit of being easier to search and recycle.
Yeah, that's essentially the point here.
So that's cool. Armatal the Chaos Phantom, the fusion monster of the 3 sacred beasts. It's got its name changed to Armatal the Chaos Phantasm.
Okay, that one makes sense.
It was basically so it would work with the one fusion spell made for it, Dimension Fusion Destruction, all the way in 2020, over a decade later. Although this was a weird one to begin with, since the card was already called Chaos Phantasm when it first got summoned in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, chalk it up to another...
Well, yeah, again, the anime and the card game, they have their moments where they really do not agree on shit. And then they have their moments where they do.
Weird one from the translation department. Big Core
There used to be a number behind it, I believe.
eventually got its name changed to BES Big Core to make it part
Oh, that BES. I remember it was either a number or an abbreviation.
of the BES archetype. They're basically these big battleships based on the bosses from the Gradius series. Since it got this name changed pretty late in the game, all the existing BES support cards also have to specifically mention Big Core as well. Very tedious, and it's not the only card on this list with that problem. Alright, next card is Cliff the Trap Remover, which got its name changed to Dark Scorpion Cliff the Trap Remover.
Yeah, they all got Dark Scorpion added to their name so they could be known as the Dark Scorpions, because they were known as the Dark Scorpions, but there was no like meaningful way to tie them together. So they're now Dark Scorpion blah 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 blah.
As you can probably guess, this lets it join the rest of its comrades as part of the Dark Scorpion archetype. That said, there is something kind of weird about this. So, the Dark Scorpions consist of Don Zalug, who came out first in Pharaonic Guardian, alongside the card Dark Scorpion Burglars, which just features all of them in the picture. Cliff got released shortly after in Magician's Force, and the rest of the crew, that's Chick the Yellow, Gorg the Strong, and Monet the Thorn, all came in Dark Crisis. What's weird is that Cliff had the Dark Scorpion title formally added to his name, but they never went back and changed Don Zalug. Not a huge deal, I guess, but it does make cards like Dark Scorpion Combination extra tedious, since it has to name all 5 of them separately in its effect instead of just being able to say Dark Scorpion Monsters. Dark Assassin is just a vanilla monster that got changed.
I forgot what it got changed to.
Dark Assailant. Not much to say here. They obviously didn't want a strong term like assassin to be in their, child-friendly card game. While we're on throwaway vanillas, might as well include Trial of Hell. They changed the Trial of Nightmare for the same reason. Now we get to a few cards that actually got changed out of existing archetypes.
One of them has to be Frog the Jam, which was never in its archetype because it was always excluded in the effect text. But like every single Frog support card, and when Frogs became a big thing, there became a lot of Frog support cards, had to mention except Frog the Jam, which is super weird because like adding it to the Frog archetype would have done damn near nothing. Like it would have just given them a normal. It would have just given them a normal monster to use. Like it's the same level and type as most of the Frog cards. It would have made very little difference.
Some of these are fairly self-explanatory, but others are a bit, well, you'll see. So let's start with Dark Trap Hole. It got an effect that's pretty similar to most Trap Hole cards, even though it's a bit situational. But they changed the name to Dark Fall. While I appreciate just how cool the name is to say, I'm a little confused. They clearly did this to take the card out of the Trap Hole archetype, presumably so it couldn't be used with the new Trap Tricks archetype around that.
That's probably why. Sometimes they do that because then they realize, oh no, if we leave this card in the archetype, it's going to make things too busted. Alright, man, you have a good night too. I will see you at worst Friday. I will be back on Friday. If not, maybe Thursday, but I can say for certain Friday because I'll be working Friday, so I'll be streaming Friday.
But I don't really know why. The effect works like most Trap Holes. Your opponent summons monsters, you get rid of them. They even let older cards like Acid Trap Hole keep its name, even though it's definitely more different than this card. So, yeah, I don't know. I guess comment if you have any theories about this one. Speaking of other weird, get this out of this archetype changes, let's talk about Crystal Counter, a Crystal B support card that got changed to Counter Gem. I'm lost here too. The effect clearly is meant to work with Crystal Beasts. I guess there's already Crystal Beast support cards that don't have Crystal in the name, like Rare Value, so maybe they wanted it to be like that. But that just intentionally makes this card worse for no reason that I can tell. Somebody help me out here. This next one's funny though. Fairy Tale Tales got changed to Fairy Tale Tales. If you're confused about what I said,
spelling error?
So am I. Kind of. Basically, they changed T-A-I-L tail to T-A-L-E tail and vice versa. Long story short, this card, which literally supports the fairy tale archetype, no longer actually counts as a fairy tale card. Again, I am truly stumped at this change, but I'm learning not to question it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's clearly that they have some like play testers and shit who, go through some rounds of play and are like, no, this has to be removed from the archetype because there's this interaction and it makes things too broken. Because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a game where you can do some very off-the-wall shit, and where cards, and again, a card that seems absolutely fucking pointless in 2004, in 2024, when another card comes out that all of a sudden, when combined with this old card that used to do nothing, now actually creates like a game-breaking effect. Well, that's what happens, because remember, Yu-Gi-Oh! Doesn't have set rotation, so literally, if it's not on the limited and forbidden list, it's fair game. You could literally play your cards. You could literally play a deck of cards from just Legend of Blue Eyes White Dragon, the very first set. Will you get far in a tournament? Probably fuck no. But you can legally do it, and there's nothing stopping you from playing a deck built with the oldest cards in the game. And as a result of that, because every card ever printed that isn't banned is in play, you have to, essentially know how every card interacts with every card and make sure you're not going to do something that's going to be absolutely ridiculous.
The quick play spell Forbidden Graveyard actually got changed to...
Oh, fuck, what did it get changed to? Because I have this card. This card stops graveyard effects from going off, right? Yeah, affects that. Because when, not Cash Tira, the one before that, Tearlaments. When Tearlaments was big, I think I ran like 3 of this motherfucker. Forbidden... What the fuck is it called now? Because it's not called Forbidden Graveyard, because I have the new copy.
Silent Graveyard.
Silent Graveyard.
This one makes sense because the card came out before the formal release of all the other Forbidden series. Lance, Chalice, Dress, Scripture.
Yeah, and it's not a forbidden card because like those and I literally have like in my binder where like I just keep my deck building material, I have like 8 of each of them. Just in case, one becomes really relevant in a particular metagame, I can fucking tech it in. Again, this is back when I actually had aspirations of taking Umi Control to World Champions, and now I'm like, first of all, I was absolutely retarded to think I could do that. Second of all, bro, I'm about to be 40. Like, I'll just play Master Duel and enjoy my time doing that. Like, I got bigger fish to fry now.
Droplet and Crown. Normally this kind of thing...
I don't think I have Forbidden Crown. I think that's a new one.
Matter too much since they're generic spells, but now that those cards are searchable with things like Condemn Witch and the Dark Lord cards, they probably don't want people grabbing this unrelated Floodgate card in the process.
Yeah, especially, that's actually a pretty damn good card because shutting off graveyard effects is pretty strong. Especially when a deck like Tear Elements or something similar is very prevalent, because anytime you have a deck where graveyard effects are prevalent, you can guarantee graveyard hate is going to get teched in. shit like that. Abyss Dweller.
Another old and pretty infamous one is Frog the Jam.
Yeah, here we go.
It came out of a McDonald's pack way back when, and even though
now it's called Slime Toad, and again, there would have really been no real harm in including Frog the Jam in the frog archetype because it's a vanilla monster. Like, what's it gonna do? What's this little guy gonna do? He's completely fucking harmless. But they decided to exclude him, so now he's just Toe Jam.
it totally looks like a frog with the level, stats, type, and attribute.
Yeah, exactly. He's literally like, he's got all the credentials, man.
It wasn't actually supposed to be. The way it's written in Japanese is different, so it's not part of the archetype, and for a long time, every Frog support card had to add a clause to exclude Frog the Jam.
Yep.
Until they finally just renamed it to Slime Toad. Another old vanilla you probably remember was Harpy's brother.
It became Sky Scout because Harpy's brother was a very innocuous name when Harpy Lady was just Harpy Lady. And then even when like Harpy Lady 1, 2, and 3 came out and like the structure deck that was like quarter ass, not even half ass, like quarter ass support for the Harpy Lady archetype came about, it wasn't that bad. But then when Harpies actually got a lot of support and shit, they had to remove Harpy's brother because it was never really meant to be in the archetype, even though it would totally fit.
Or as he's now called, Sky Scout. Once they decided Harpies were going to be a real archetype, they had to get this guy out of the picture. Even though, all things considered, I don't think he would have made much of a difference.
And yeah, again, he's just another vanilla monster. Like, him, I can actually almost see why. Because, like, he has a decent stat spread. But again, like, he has a decent stat spread for the time when beatdown decks were meta relevant. Like, now he's just a vanilla. Like, he's another level 4 body for an Xyz play, but that's about it.
Hidden Book of Spell actually got changed to
this one got added to spellbooks.
Hidden Spellbook, making it part of the spellbook archetype. It's a really old card with a pretty forgettable.
I know this one did too. I'm not sure if Book of Secret Arts did as well, but I have a feeling it did.
Effect that you'd almost never run in any proper spellbook deck anyway, but I guess they thought it was necessary. So now, if you're crazy, you can search his bad trap with your Spellbook of Secrets. Hooray! Here's another vanilla with a fun backstory. Remember Luster Dragon?
Yes, it was also called, I believe it was called Luster Dragon number 2. Because in Japanese it was called Sapphire Dragon and Luster Dragon was called Emerald Dragon. But for whatever reason they changed the names when they translated it. And like there is a printing of both Luster Dragon number 2 and Luster Dragon that have just Luster Dragon on the name, I believe. But they're clearly two separate cards because like one is I think level 6 with 2400. And the other is level 4 with 1900. Ironically, in a lot of decks I've used both, so
no, not that Luster Dragon. I'm talking about Luster Dragon. Yeah, that's the one. So basically the original Luster Dragon had 1900 attack, and then they made the 2400 attack level 6 version, but also printed its name as Luster Dragon.
Yeah.
So they had to rename it shortly after, and that's how we got, drumroll please, Luster Dragon number 2. Quick aside, as a kid I always wondered why cards like Winged Dragon Guardian of the Fortress or
yeah, I always wonder why they just made like number 2 and number 1.
Flaming Kamakiri would just randomly have the number 2 after their name. Did anyone else think about that? No? Oh well.
I did, especially again, back when I had my insect deck, I would run Flying Kamakiri number 2 because it was It was a decent card and I could do stuff with it. And I still could kind of do stuff with it. Especially considering I forgot. Does my insect deck have like a lot of normal support? I don't remember. It's been a long time since I played any kind of Yu-Gi-Oh! In the first place. It's been like months. Since I played like a couple of games. Like, I really do got to get back into playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel on my iPad and stuff, but I don't know.
Well, at least in this case, I guess there was a valid reason. Next is Nurse Reficule, the fallen one.
I believe it got changed to be a Dark Lord card?
She's an infamous old card used in old burn decks by turning life point gain effects into burn effects. She was apparently always supposed to be a Dark Lord monster.
Yes.
And so they changed her name to Dark Lord Nurse Reficule. This is actually a pretty big deal since it means she's searchable by other Dark Lord cards, even though you wouldn't normally use her in a traditional Dark Lord deck. Null and Void actually got its name changed to...
I remember Nurse Burn. Between that and the permanent trap bad reaction to Samuchi, oh my god, like that was a deck I actually enjoyed trying to make work because it was just so fucked up. It's like you have gift card, Reign of Mercy. Oh, I love playing Reign of Mercy under bad reaction. Like, okay, I play Reign of Mercy. Normally it would give us both 1,000 life points, but because you take damage now, you take 1,000 life points and I gain 1,000 life points. Literally, your loss is my gain. I'm just like eating you. Nom nom nom.
So it would be part of the Void archetype that Infernoids use. This one makes a lot of sense because the card can be pretty strong and it has absolutely nothing to do with Infernoids.
I forgot all about Muko.
Funny thing about this card too, is Shizu actually uses it in the anime. She even calls it Muko to begin with. It just took them years to actually change the card in the game. Here's a pair of cards that got changes. Vampire Koala and Vampire Orcus both got changed to Vampiric Koala and Vampiric Orcus to exclude them from the vampire archetype.
Oh, that makes sense.
Ironically, I think I actually remember them.
Yeah, because Vampire wasn't an archetype back when they were printed. It was just like a couple of cards with the name. There wasn't like again, you know, a few cards sharing a name and archetype does not make. You need like a support card. You know, they need to form some semblance of a strategy, not just all share the same name or a similar name. Because that alone doesn't make them an archetype.
Printing these cards specifically in Dark Saviors, a set that introduced a bunch of new vampire cards just to give them new names and take them out of the archetype. Ironically though, Red Moon Baby actually had its name changed to Vampire Baby, even though its effect doesn't have anything to do with them. Then again, most old archetypes at the time didn't have a real game plan, so I guess that tracks.
Yeah, like an archetype back then was literally just a bunch of cards that were named together. And I mean, they were an archetype, but they didn't form a game plan. So were they really an archetype? They were more just like a theme.
One more pair of cards, Synchronized Realm and Synchro Blast Wave, two synchro-related spell and trap cards that got changed to Sync Realm and Sync Blast Wave. Having the full word Synchro in their names meant they were technically searchable with cards like Duelist Genesis. It's another weird one though, because Duelist Genesis can search for Synchro Overtake, which in my opinion is a way better card than either of these. But for some reason, they still didn't want that synergy for some reason. And last, but certainly not least, we have to talk about Red Eyes B Dragon.
Yeah, the fact that, I never understood that when the card first came out, why they abbreviated it. Because, I also had a copy of Blue Eyes White Dragon, and it's like, they could have just made the font smaller. And, Blue Eyes wasn't even the only card that had, a long name. Levia Dragon Daedalus has a longer name than Red Eyes Black Dragon, or at least, no, it definitely has a longer name, by a few characters. But, it's just it just didn't make sense that they abbreviated it.
That's right, not to be confused with Red Eyes Black Dragon. In all seriousness, this is the #1 card that confused me the most as a kid.
Yeah, why? And the thing is, the show always called it Red Eyes Black Dragon. So, it just didn't make sense to abbreviate it at all.
They wrote out Blue Eyes White Dragon.
See what I mean? Like, I had both of the cards, so, like, I'm sitting there, like, on my couch as a kid, nothing to do, no fucking problems in the world, looking at these cards, like, why didn't they just spell out black? Like, what was the purpose?
They even wrote out Magician of Black Chaos. So why, outside of all the other reasons...
And yeah, and it's not even like black was a verboten word. Like, there were plenty of cards that had black in the name. There was man-eating black shark. There was, I know there was more, right? The point is, it's not like it was a name they didn't use in card names. So it just didn't make fucking sense.
Red Eyes gets screwed over in this game.
And Red Eyes doesn't even have that long of a card name when you compare it to some of the other fucking crazy-ass card names in this game.
Did it not even get to have its own full name? Either way, they eventually changed it to Red Eyes Black Dragon, thank goodness. Oh, but one last weird thing about that. Red Eyes B Chick, the original Red Eye support card, got changed to Black Dragon's Chick to make it not a Red Eyes card anymore.
Yeah. And I don't get why that is, because it's so clearly a Red Eyes card. It's a baby Red Eyes Black Dragon. What the fuck? You know, the people who are in charge of Yu-Gi-Oh! Make some really weird decisions. Alright. Okay. We're actually gonna, because I'm pretty sure I know this dude. And I typically agree with most of what he says. So if he's got something to say about the biggest anti-communist argument that everyone misses, I kind of want to hear it. So this is the biggest anti-communist argument that everyone misses by Romanian TV, also known as V, the troll guy.
Now here,
because he typically would used to use a control VTuber avatar. I don't know when he changed to actually having his face on cam.
here's the one thing that I've noticed
Oh yeah, that's definitely him. I know that voice anywhere.
Missing from anti-communist rhetoric. And it's a little bit disappointing. At least I haven't seen these arguments being made. And so correct me if I'm wrong, but most people do not point out the fact that Karl Marx lived in a different time period. And he noticed and he critiqued the time period that he lived in, which is significantly different than the time period that we live in now.
He does have a point.
And so Karl Marx lived in the year 1800. We do not structure our society according to the year 1800. Everything we do now is different. And so for those of you who don't know, the Industrial Revolution, it created many factories and it displaced a lot of people from their land. For example, in England, the King of England said that pastures and a couple of areas that farmers used in order to feed their animals were now part of the king's property, and the farmers couldn't use those. And so without animals, you don't have fertilizer. Without fertilizer, you don't have agriculture. And it displaced a huge chunk of the population towards cities. And this was done specifically because factory owners were bribing the king so that they can get cheap labor. Now, I don't know how many people are aware, but living in a factory was abysmal. Like, I probably would prefer going to war than to work in a factory. During the Industrial Revolution,
there were no, there was no OSHA, there were no minimum wage laws, there was no, you have to take a 30-minute break after 5 hours of work. There was no overtime. It was truly the dark side of capitalism, because it truly was, just like the bosses essentially having all the power and taking advantage of the people who worked for them.
Times. Now, people don't understand, but the workday was around 14 to 16 hours.
Yeah, that's true.
The work was repetitive and incredibly soul crushing, and you were also not allowed to talk with other people. So imagine you're pulling a lever, the same thing over and over and over. And you're doing this for 12 or 14 hours a day inside a building with loud noises from machinery.
By the way, these factories probably didn't have air conditioning yet because it wasn't invented. And even if it was, it probably wasn't utilized until like until a point where there were laws put in place to protect workers, but like you can't just have them sweating their fucking balls off and dying of heat stroke and shit. Like you've got to give them an environment where they're not going to be in danger.
And usually what happened is within 3 years, most people would develop an injury. Now, children were also hired and they were told to go under the machinery in order to clean it. Sometimes the machine was still operational when children did it. Adults would also operate heavy equipment, and the moment they got an injury, like that's it. There was no pension plan. There was
nope, you're fired. Get out of here.
Nothing. They were discarded so that new people came in. And
like I said, dark side of capitalism. Look, I'm not here to say that capitalism is perfect. Is it better than communism? Well, fuck yeah. But it ain't perfect. And there's certainly some very wicked aspects to it. Just look up the laissez-faire fucking times when essentially, you had a real fucked up system where the rich had all the power and the poor were essentially just fucking, all used up and shit.
It was a very crushing lifestyle. And those are the working class that Karl Marx is talking about. And Karl Marx was thinking that the more capitalism is going to develop, the more factories, the more soul crushing, and eventually you get to the late stage capitalism where the system collapses. But that didn't happen. What happened instead was that the 8-hour workday was enacted. Now, many people would think that, this was a moral concern or that the workers fought to get the 8-hour work period.
It was actually, well, I believe Henry Ford had a great deal to do with it. I don't know if he was the one who thought it up, but I know he implemented it in his factories, and it sort of caught on with a lot of other factories and just became the standard.
But that's not really what happened. What happened is that the factory owners, they realized that the machine is the thing that has to run 24 hours. The manpower can actually be switched, and you can have different shifts. And they also noticed that forcing workers to only be available 8 hours a day increased productivity. Most of the mistakes and the errors that humans did were after those 8 hours. And so the more a worker worked, the less quality he produced. And by having 2 shifts...
So essentially 8-hour shifts is the min-max of like the most I can get out of a worker before that worker's the quality of work that worker outputs begins to suffer.
All of a sudden, you can increase production, you get less defective goods, and at the same time, you increase the worker satisfaction. But here's something that many communists will not tell you. The workers really did not like this, because working 8 hours a day meant being paid less. And so workers actually rebelled when you had the 8-hour workday. Workers...
I mean, think about it. If you're working 12 hours a day, right? And then all of a sudden, the word comes down from boss man, you're now only working 8 hours a day. That's, you're now working a third less time, right? You're working 4 hours less than you were. Which means you're taking home 2/3 of what you normally took home. And, nothing else has changed.
time genuinely enjoyed spending 14 hours a day working because they were paid more. But anyway, right, as you can notice, none of those things that happened then can be applied today. When we talk about the working class today, nobody works in such a system. Even left-wing governments have made significant efforts to improve worker conditions to the point where we can't actually say we have capitalist societies anymore. America, which most people believe is the capitalist nation, does not call itself capitalist. Like, the American government officially, on paper and on records, call themselves a mixed economy. So we did have capitalism at some point, but like now today, most nations around the world are mixed economies. And when you talk about the working class, you would notice that you cannot talk about them as a group of people that have a spiritual consensus, or they have the same lived experiences. Because back then, yes, like a worker in a farm in England probably had, a worker in a factory in England probably had the exact same lived experiences as another worker in a different factory in Germany. Because the job was repetitive, it was pretty much the same. And so you could say that, yes, like these workers understand each other. But today a working class can be a truck driver and it can also be a coder. Do you think they have the same lived experiences? No. Do you think they share the same knowledge of what it is like to be a working man? Absolutely not. The things that upset a truck driver can be something that makes the coder happy. Like, for example, the coders, most of them, they're for green energy, they're for the environment, which is causing the truck driver to have to pay additional fees and taxes. So they're not together. They don't form a union. And communists, I have noticed, like they're trying to expand what the proletariat means and expand what the working class means by constantly adding more people. And I even saw a communist saying that Emma Watson is working class because she doesn't own the means of production.
And that's where you've lost the plot, because Emma Watson is not working class. There's nothing Emma Watson and I have in common about our life experiences.
And according to Karl Marx, you'd be correct. Yes, Emma Watson doesn't own the means of production, but like during the Karl Marx time, you wouldn't have an individual like Emma Watson, which is part of the working class, and she is renowned internationally, and she gets to have speeches in front of world leaders, and she has millions of dollars, able to afford tiny mansions and shit. Like, the working class during Karl Marx simply couldn't do that. And Emma Watson isn't an exception. Like, there are a lot of content creators and other Hollywood actors that are of Emma Watson's level. Karl Marx never experienced them. So, like, he would have probably created a different class for individuals like Emma Watson. And so you end up with posts on Reddit such as this, with communists getting disillusioned. And they need to vent, because they're vibrating with anxiety. And I really love this expression. I want to steal it. Vibrating with anxiety. He identifies as a socialist. He reads theory, he supports unions, and believes in dismantling the capitalist structures. But lately he finds it harder and harder to advocate for people that hate him. The working class is steeped in toxic masculinity and reactionary.
What a dumbass. I mean, I understand where it's like, that's why I left the left. Because, where is it? Where he's like, I left the left because lately I find it harder and harder to advocate for the actual people who hate me.
Anti-progressive attitudes. Well, this is also because modern communism has like a lot of shit added later on from the academia, like, modern feminist theory and third wave feminism.
I was just going to say, modern communism is like a Reese's cup of communism and feminism and, race ideology and anti-West shit. So it's sort of just like a shit Sunday now.
And, like Karl Marx himself, in my opinion, would have been steeped in toxic masculinity. Like, you could probably have a beer with Karl Marx and have a joke about grabbing her by the pussy, and also having a joke about, N-words and stuff like that, because Karl Marx was a man of his time period. And in 1800, none of this would be shocking to any type of lad. But anyway, I was the local cafe owner down the street from my apartment this morning trying to get some reading done before logging into my remote job. It was raining, so I had an umbrella. I also happened to carry a canvas bag from my university literature department. 2 construction workers came in. They were incredibly loud, taking up way too much physical space and completely ignoring the unspoken social contract of quiet morning spaces. I was already feeling a little bit overstimulated. How exactly does he think that?
That is the gayest thing I've heard all day. Holy fuck, dude. Grow the fuck up. You're in a fucking, bro, you're in a local cafe. You're a customer just like they're a customer.
The proletariat from Karl Marx's time was like? Like, do you think they were, intellectual scholars? What? As they walked past my table, one of them looked at my bag, then at my umbrella and said entirely unprovoked, "Hey buddy, careful with that umbrella, don't want it getting caught on our purse." Sorry, on your purse. His buddy chuckled and they just walked on to get their coffees. It was a joke, I guess, playful teasing, but it felt deeply coded in gender politics and fragile heteronormative. I didn't say anything because frankly they were twice.
Bro, look who's talking about fragility. You literally can't handle a fucking joke.
My size, and I didn't want to escalate the situation with people who clearly don't understand basic boundaries. I just stared at my laptop and felt my face getting hot. Again, this actually goes to prove that both of these people consider themselves working class. Like the communist, he considers themselves to be part of the proletariat, but obviously, the construction workers also consider themselves to be part of the proletariat. Do you think they have much in common, though?
No,
like, do you think they have the same lived experiences? Like, if you ask the construction workers, it's like, what would make a better society? Do you think they would have the same answer as the communists?
No.
The construction worker would probably say, how about you tax us less, you fucking assholes? Like, I have family to feed and you're stealing money away from my family to give it to other people that aren't even thankful for me. Meanwhile, the communists would say, we need to tax you more. We need to tax your boss more, right? Here's the thing that gets me. I spend my free time fighting for their healthcare. I vote for policies that would literally give them better wages and safer working conditions. Yeah, but like, again, would those same individuals want lower wages and more chance of getting employed? Because I, for once, would. Like, if you ask me, what do I prefer? High wage and low chance of employment versus low wage and really high chance of employment. I would get for the low wage because my son is going to need a job as well. And if I happen to lose my job, I want to go to another place. And so if I have to pick, do I want higher wages? No. No, and you know what? I don't want healthcare either. Like, tax me less. Don't tax me for the healthcare. I will get my own insurance. I will get my own arrangements, right? And so you see that the communist never actually talks with what the working class wants and just assumes that this is what they want. It's not. Like, most working class people hate getting taxed. How are we supposed to build solidarity with people who actively despise our values? Well, yeah, but see, the problem is you get legitimacy from them. You don't build solidarity. Your movement exists because of them. And you have disconnected yourself from them. You don't care about them, and you pretend you do. And so when it becomes obvious, you get this contradiction. But, like, don't worry, you don't need them, right? Like, communists don't actually need the working class. You need the NGOs, you need the HR women, you need the politicians, and your movement is doing fine. Let me know what you guys think, though, and as usual, we'll see each other in the comment section. Take care.
Another testimony. I was held down by the men.
All right. Why did millions actually support Nazism? By Basic League. Let's check this out.
Another testimony. I was held down by the men as they each took turns to orally and rape me. The men hit me repeatedly, threatened to find me, kill me, and harmed my loved ones. Another, it started when I was 13. I was raped by probably about 600 or 700 different men over 3 years. Another, the main clash that I kind of had with the religion side of it was I grew up as a Christian. I would wear my cross because it was something really special to me. They said, "Where is your God now? Has your God forsaken you?" I remember a man opening the
it kind of has.
back of a van and I saw 15, 20 girls locked in dog cages. Another. Dogs were brought in, and I couldn't move at all. There were men around me, making bets on whether the dog could actually rape me or not. And yes, I was raped by a dog. The man just held my face, stared me down straight in the eyes, and he wanted to see me break, and he did.
What's happened to you, alright? You've been stabbed. You've been stabbed? Whereabouts? I don't think you have, mate.
Don't think you have, mate. He later fucking died from that stab wound.
No, keep you on your side, mate.
Actually couldn't breathe, and because of the color of his skin, no one believed him and no one cared.
At the moment, you are under arrest. That's for assault, so you do not have to say anything, may harm in defence. If you do not mention when questioned, someone to which you later rely in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence, alright?
Get off him, you f***ing rat!
An attempted beheading on the streets of Belfast.
He's slicing his hair off here.
The victim barely alive as bystanders attempt to buy precious time, with police already on their way.
In the modern consciousness, there are two national socialisms. One is Hollywood's version, a cartoonish evil led by Satan personified, and the other is the historical ideology that persuaded millions. In school, we are taught the Hollywood version. Hitler's speeches kept untranslated so that we cannot contend with his arguments. And when asked, given how evil he was, why did millions follow him? The only reply we get is, because he spoke well. Therefore, in this video, I'm breaking down the historical National Socialism to answer why so many supported it, specifically the nationalist aspect. And if you enjoyed the video, consider subscribing. If this video gets a lot of support, I'll make a part 2 focusing on the economic aspect. Nationalism means to prioritize the interests of your nation. But what is meant by nation? This question was central in the past and is central yet again with the immigration crisis. The purpose of a nation is to offer a common identity to ensure social cohesion. Therefore, whoever can offer the most coherent interpretation of a nation gains massive support. There are three competing views. The first, civic nationalism, the belief that the state's institutions are the nation. The nation is as large as the state's jurisdiction, and to be a national means to be in contract with the state. In this view, the criminals in the introductory clips are fellow countrymen who simply broke the law. Civic nationalism is both the modern West's and the Weimar era's dominant view, and was actually a key difference between fascism and National Socialism. In fascism, nothing exists outside the state, and that includes the nation. But to the National Socialist, and in fact most historical ideologies, the state is seen as just a product of a nation, not the other way around. Additionally, while it's easy to whip up nationalist loyalties for your people and your way of life, it's absurd to get someone to be loyal to a DMV. Second, cultural nationalism. This is the belief that a nation is defined by its customs, language, and similar. The nation's borders are defined by its cultural impact, and a national is an adherent of the culture. In this view, the criminals in the introductory clips are an example of a failed attempt at assimilation. Cultural nationalism suffers a similar critique as before. Culture is a product of a people, not the cause. This position only gained traction recently as a halfway point between civic nationalism and the third nationalist position with which
Racial nationalism?
the Nazis agree. It exists as a compromise because adherents concur that civic nationalism is self-refuting, but see the alternative as too extreme. You often see cultural nationalism in politics when people are arguing against mass immigration on the basis of trying to preserve a nation's customs or language. The third position is popular nationalism, the belief that a nation is defined by its people, that individuals connected through a shared heritage have aligned incentives similar to a family, allowing for high-trust societies. In this view, the criminals in the introductory clips are seen as invaders, and those who open the gates for them are seen as traitors. Popular
Shit, we're not gonna talk about which one I align with.
nationalism is the historically dominant view, and the one National Socialists preached. Unlike the other two options, popular nationalism is not self-refuting. After all, you need people before you have a nation. And you can't argue that after being founded, the nation becomes its own independent thing, because if you remove the people, the nation stops existing. If you replace the people in a nation, you get a new nation. Culture and institutions are created and maintained by its people. This is self-evident. Therefore, assimilation can only be reliably expected from those of a similar heritage. While assimilation might be possible for exceptional individuals of a distant heritage, to expect it to be possible at scale is foolish. If they could integrate into a society like ours, then they would have created a society like ours. After World War I, Germans suffered a similar national mismatch as today. They were forced to be part of other nations' jurisdictions, while non-Germans were granted power and influence in their country. The Austrian-born Hitler himself was an illegal immigrant in Germany, and when confronted,
Oh shit.
he declared, "What matters more, my German blood or my passport?" The failure and self-contradicting nature of civic nationalism is part of the reason for the rise of the Nazis. Today, people avoid popular nationalism despite its logical stance because they don't want to agree with Hitler. But we did not go on oxygen strikes just because a bad person also breathes. We can accept the self-evidently true elements of an ideology without fully embracing it. But if we refuse to, and continue in our delusions, we give ammunition to those who wish to hasten its return.
Go ahead and put your angry face on real quick. We're going to give that puppy a workout. We're going to put that to good use. Because what I want to yap about right now, I find to be an extreme... I hate Temu.
I really hate Temu by Penguin Zero.
I hate Temu. I can't stand Temu. When I hear that word, I have like a Winter Soldier episode. It's just Trump.
I've got a couple of good things off of Temu, but I haven't bought a whole bunch of stuff off of Temu, so I really shouldn't be talking.
And trash. You're gonna be seeing spit fly out of my mouth here as I'm ranting and raving like an Arkham Asylum patient. I have, on multiple occasions, tried to interact with that platform purchasing items and have yet to receive a single one. The orders are always canceled or just vanish. I guess the Babadook somewhere along the way just abducts it, just steals my shit. I cannot even buy anything from there. I had more success buying pink sauce from the crazy lady on TikTok's latrine than getting a single thing delivered from Temu. So a couple years ago, we did that video testing Wish products, like wacky Wish products, just getting a wide assortment, like this charcuterie board of just stupid shit. And yeah, the quality's bad, but it did at least show up and it was cheap. We tried to do the same thing back then with Temu, and the order got canceled for no reason. We just tried it again a couple weeks ago and went the extra mile to prove to Temu these are legitimate purchases from us for these items, and today the lobotomites over at Temu HQ
canceled the order again?
You canceled it again, saying that the things we submitted to prove it were illegible. They can't read statements from like the credit card transaction, like the actual, like we gave them everything, like the raw, like unaltered proof that this came from our credit card, like from the official source, straight from the horse's mouth, and still they're like, yeah, we can't read that. So they canceled it again. It's so fucking absurd. Like, again, Temu, I understand, like, the products are bad. It's just drop-shipped trash, probably arsenic-laden, toxic. It's dog shit. And in fact, to even compare dog shit to Temu products is probably insulting to dog shit. But we wanted to test it. Like, we wanted to test it, like, 2 years ago with, like, wacky stuff because they have such a crazy array of things they offer, this wide variety of shit.
I mean, to be honest, I'll be honest, the thing I bought on Temu was a deck box. It literally just has to hold a deck of Yu-Gi-Oh cards. It does so pretty well for the price. I have not bought many things on Temu. And I certainly wouldn't buy something on Temu that I needed to heavily depend on. For example, I wouldn't replace my car's suspension with parts from Temu. I wouldn't buy body armor from Temu. I wouldn't buy weapons that I needed to use to defend myself from Temu. I wouldn't buy medical equipment from Temu. Just as a personal order of business, wouldn't do it.
That we wanted to at least try it. So it didn't work back then. We thought, okay, maybe they've fixed things by now and we can actually get them delivered this time. Still no. Still can't get anything from Temu. So I'm left under the impression that anyone that claims to shop with Temu's lying, because I can't do it. Like, it feels like this is like a scam. Is it fraudulent? It feels like I'm in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas trying to like walk into a store that isn't there, but it just has like the image of a store there, like the JPEG of a store. But I can't actually do anything. Matt even fucking confirmed with him on the phone that this is an order from us. And still they canceled it. What sense does that make? Why are you even calling? Why are you even calling to confirm the ownership when the owner is confirming to you, yes, we placed the order, and then you still say, not good enough. Then just smite it. And it's the same song and dance they did last time too. Matt talked to them on the phone. There was a sentient human being over there, at least a Wendigo skinwalker, pretending to be one very successfully, confirming with Matt, did you place this order? Do you want these items? Are you spending money on these items? Was this an accident? Are you okay? Do you need to be Baker acted? And Matt confirmed, yes, we are purchasing these items. We want these items. We want them shipped. And the representative back then said, great, okay, they'll be shipping out soon. And then they canceled the order back then. Well, the same thing happened this time. Another call, another confirmation, and we went even further, providing even more evidence that this is truly us purchasing it and that we own the credit card that's making the purchase and everything. And still, they just flush it down the toilet for some reason.
I mean, why even like be in business if you're going to constantly cancel people's orders?
I just don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. I am now the biggest Temu hater on the planet. I was willing to let bygones be bygones with the last one, chalk it up to like a fluke, like maybe it was so many weird items. They're like, oh, that can't be right. This must be some kind of fucking alien or something that ordered these. Cancel that. But fool me twice, shame on you. Like, big time shame on you, Temu. Just, I hate this platform, man. It makes no sense to me. I don't get it. I really don't get it. I don't know what else we could have possibly done to confirm that we placed this order. We want these items. We are paying for these items. I don't know what else we could have done to prove that to them. But I guess they know best. Temu's fucking mom and dad over there, and they said, no playing with these toys. Let me take you on a journey through the Temu swamps here, where we had to go plus ultra to go even further beyond to prove that this is a legitimate purchase. So we received this email, hello, we've detected unusual payment activity on your Temu order. I guess the unusual activity was placing an order. I guess that was just so surprising to them after the last time we tried to utilize their service to order things. It's a certified how many times do you have to teach you this lesson, old man moment, where they just keep slapping us with the cancellations on our orders. So they were surprised that we tried to order something. They placed the order on hold and then said if they can't confirm the payment information within 72 hours, the order will be canceled. So then they gave us the tutorial on what to do. To continue processing your order, please click Verify Ownership. Once you have provided the required information, they'll review it and respond within 48 hours, which we did. The Verify Ownership, we went through the process there, and we submitted the exact receipt here, just straight from the source. And I guess that was just illegible to them. They didn't understand that. They couldn't believe that we were ordering things from them. So they still canceled it. That's after a phone call, by the way. That's after going through the Verify Ownership procedure that they instructed us to do, by the way. And they still just said no. Fuck shopping like a billionaire. How do you shop at all with Temu?
Yeah.
I don't get it. It's just, it's not possible. Also, I didn't know this till we started recording for this, and I'll show you some of that footage, even though it's ultimately useless since we didn't get any of the items. But I didn't know when you go on Temu, they do one of the fake wheel spins where every time you get the wheel, you win like 100% off 3 items, or like I got one that was $1,500 off and shit like that. But it's not real. And actually in their terms, apparently, it even says that that's not actually how it works. I don't know how that's even legal. How are they able to get away with that? Is a fake wheel spin to entice you to spend money on their platform, even if you just went on there to check it out? Because now it's saying that you have 100% off, $1,500 off, shit like this, and it's a guaranteed win. You can't lose the wheel. I tried it on every single person's phone there. Everyone got these huge, big wins on the wheel, all because it's just supposed to hook, line, and sinker get you to make an account and spend money because you think that you're getting these crazy deals that you got from the wheel, but you don't actually get it like that. That's not how it works. And they try and sneakily hide that into their terms, apparently. It's so scummy. Like, this platform, I just don't even know how it's even allowed to exist. Every scummy practice you can possibly imagine for a platform is found on Temu, and it's all for just complete garbage products, too. It's already off to a great start. I went to their website, and I got $1,500 off, bro. Like, what are the odds? Have you done this yet?
No, you want me to try it?
Yeah, see if
so
you...
what, I just open it?
Yeah, we should start compounding our winnings from here, assuming you have good RNG like me.
And these actually work?
I highly doubt it. Aaron did it and got 100% off.
Good.
Well, when do you order everything at the store?
That's pretty cool. Do you see it?
You got the wheel?
You have
it's
the wheel?
spinning, it's spinning.
You're going to get one more chance. You're going to miss on the first, but you're going to get one more chance.
Okay, I got one more chance.
Yep, now here it comes. This is when you get the big jackpot. Tell me what jackpot you get.
Come on, focus.
So,
stop.
Come on, baby. Come on. 1,500.
100% off.
What'd you get? He's like 3,000.
He got 100% off the 3 items as well. Holy fuck!
Wait, that plus the 1,500?
Dude, we can get the whole cat. We can
It's
own
all
the
ours.
company.
I opened the front page. It's all lingerie so far. We can buy all of it.
Wait, we get to spin
Oh,
again.
we're spinning on here. What do you think we're gonna get?
What's
200.
200.
Wait,
we just got 200 off, dude.
Dude, I really hope we get to spin again.
Dude, we just got 200 off, dude.
Wait, $200 coupon bundle.
All right. Do you still have your account?
Can't hurt to try.
Could you, in theory...
I'm gonna suffer this for a second.
I believe that these are not real codes or whatever. So one, how can they do that? First off. Second off, could you not just like VPN your browser if you don't hit what you want and just keep fucking spinning it every time?
If it was real, I bet I just spit all over Matt. But like, if it was real, you could absolutely do that. There's no...
I don't get how they can like tell me I just got 100% off 3 items and then it probably won't actually work.
Yeah, I mean, it told me you got $1,500. Like, that's insane. Yeah, I'll just look it up while Matt logs in. Apparently, in their terms and conditions, they actually bake in that the wheel is fake.
Of course.
Why are they allowed to? They can just lie. That's so cool.
But I don't have to interact at all with the terms and conditions
to spin
it. Like the instant I open the website, I'm spinning the wheel.
Yeah.
I don't have to agree to the terms. I don't have to do anything like that. I'm just spinning the wheel.
I know, isn't that cool?
That is cool.
Dude, Timu's awesome. Accoutrements do we want? They have some really cool AI generated shirts.
Mm-hmm.
Do we want a couple of those?
We could get some. I'm thinking we get a spread here. We get a little bit of clothes because those are always fun.
Get the propeller hat.
Right off the bat, perfect.
You don't.
Oh, it's almost sold out.
Yeah, they're low.
Instead of $30.49, it's on sale right now for $4.33.
Wow, $30 for propeller hats, crazy. Who's charging that?
Well, is it supposed to actually like make you float?
That's true. It could be like Looney Tunes logic.
Yeah.
So that's electric.
14-inch foldable electric bicycle. Yeah, I mean, click it. Let me see.
She looks very happy on it.
Yeah, that's a interesting looking bicycle.
And it's electric.
Yeah, put it in the cart.
Goes 19 miles per hour.
Oh, wow.
You want me to add it?
Yeah, it's blistering speed. AI has been such a boon to these fucking scam businesses. Holy shit.
This is rough. $26 and it's almost sold out. And if we put it on Klarna, we only have to pay $6.67 today.
Slap that bitch on Klarna now. #1 drink hat.
Yep. It's solar powered fans on the hat.
Now this actually looks like a Kickstarter project.
It does. Solar powered fan hat. Holy shit. And you can get it in camo.
We've got that's a must purchase.
All right.
That's absolutely a must purchase. Okay, well now it's $13. Go back.
Yeah, gray is $10.
Okay, what the fuck is this? So for gray and khaki, it's normally $59 for gray, $40 for khaki, but then deep black,
normally $60,
and then camouflage is normally $14.
And it's Camouflage is the most expensive. There's the least
Yeah.
discount on it.
The,
This is
the
crazy.
most complex pattern is the least expensive. That's
What are these fucking prices? Does it really
Well,
cost?
it's all free because you have $1,500 off,
That's
right?
true. This is all free. I forgot. What am I? Put it in the cart now.
All right, it's in
Give
the
me the
cart.
most expensive, please. Actually, camouflage one.
Oh shit!
Bad day to be a hot dog hat.
That sounds amazing, actually.
That was gonna actually be
I am
really
in the
good.
market for a bad day to be a hot dog hat.
Let's get this. You can give yourself a ring dinger.
You actually, we could fucking ring dinger ourselves. Take a look at this, Danny. Holy shit. Dude, the ring dinger on that's gonna go crazy.
That is just a suicide machine.
That's crazy.
It goes over a door.
Oh,
It is.
shit.
No, you know what that's for? That's not a ring dinger machine. That's an auto asphyxiation.
Yes.
Autoerotic
no.
asphyxiation machine.
Do you want a ring dinger?
I'm kind of thinking of it, but this one's $6. We're running out of my $1,500 coupon. From
You're only at 500 right now.
Oh, shit, dude, we're a third of
All
the
right,
way.
we can hold off on.
Yeah,
the
let me
ring
think.
dinger.
Let me think on the device a little bit more.
I want to find like creams.
Can you
estrogen cream?
Ooh.
Which one do you want to see?
Let me see the estrogen cream. Like it's topical estrogen.
200 milligram natural estrogen. Mood enhancing cream with ginseng, black cohosh green tea, and red clover.
So what is it? Can you watch the AI video?
Mood
No,
enhancing
go back up.
cream.
Yeah. So it helps the mood.
That's really good for the skin suit we bought, the lingerie. She's just.
So if I rubbed it on my chest, would I get titties? You think? It's a NAD plus booster. That's all it says.
You think we could grow our balls with something on here? You think they have
Probably.
ball
Is there a
cream?
ball pump?
Oh, penis bump.
Penis bump.
No, but for your balls specifically. That's what I'm saying.
Testicle ballooner.
All right, I'm.
Yeah, we're good on supplements. I think. I think just the estrogen cream
Here's for handheld riot shield.
that we need for $16. Yeah.
No, Sean, dude.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
That's like you become an Iron Man villain.
Do you want it?
Yeah. $16. We need it.
Add to cart. Can I close this one?
Yeah. Well, get it.
Okay.
I'd say get it. Fuck it.
You want basic or pro?
Give me the
Basic is more expensive than pro.
Is it? It is more expensive than pro.
Let's get pro.
Yeah, we'll get pro.
I have something for you guys to look for.
Yeah.
We get a like a regulation goal for practicing
soccer
soccer.
goal.
Soccer
Yeah.
goal is good. That's
All right,
really
let's
good.
find it. Wait, this flashlight that can start fires.
Oh my god, yeah, a flashlight that can start a fire, multi-model aluminum alloy flashlight, rechargeable, super bright, high lumen, IP65 waterproof.
Oh, and they did it in inches.
That's not helpful. That looks
regulation.
But this is probably what we're going to get is up here. That.
That's why it's funny.
Yeah, let's see.
It's a different goal that they're showing in every
In
picture.
every single picture. Oh, there it is. There's the little secret they hide on you. I saw it. One sec.
What?
Only net, not frame.
Oh, that's so.
That's sneaky.
What?
That's sneaky as shit.
That's so cringe.
Maybe we need some kits as well, you know?
Oh shit!
They got an AI.
Erling
Oh
Haaland
my god.
shirt. T-shirt with 3D blonde football player graphic.
They couldn't use his name.
No,
Probably
I
get
literally
sued.
cannot use his name.
Why they lie about everything else?
That's a good point. Why do they
That is
care?
true. That is true.
There's probably no point even showing you more. This was just like the first wave of things we found. Just like a assortment of useless shit, really, and terrible clothing items that would probably feel like sandpaper and glass on your skin. But there was another category we explored of like heavy machinery, because apparently they do have like excavators and stuff on there, like $7,000, $10,000 like heavy machinery. So we did try and place an order for one of these on like the lower end. That was like $1,000, but obviously the order got canceled. So there's really no point even showing you more here because we can't buy anything. They literally do not let us. So I don't even know if there is a such thing as a Temu shopper. Like, I've never seen it. I can't experience it. It's so fucking weird, man. I hate the company, though. Like, again, it's not just that they keep canceling our order, but the fact they also do, like, the fake wheel, just this unapologetically scummy tactic to try and get you
Yeah.
to spend money on their platform. They suck, man. Anyway, that's really about it. Big fuck you to Temu per usual. And, yeah, that's about it. See ya.
Alright. Well, that's gonna be it for the night. I'm done. It's 4:21, and I'm going home soon. I'm going to bed. I will see you guys Friday night for sure. Catch you all later.